They won't actually tell us. Why was he there?
Good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. We are having problems with the phone connection, but an email was sent out to the listserv so that folks know that we're having problems and we're continuing to work on it. But we did want to go ahead and get started. So I'm Meg Lusardi, the Acting Commissioner of DOER, and I just wanted to welcome you all here this morning and thank you for attending and thank you for your continued participation in this process. Also, we greatly appreciate your patience through this. It has, taken us some effort to get to this point, but we do think that the process is going to benefit from, the fact that we're going to have some modeling results along with, modeling observations and caveats for you all to review here today. We are going to take questions and comments as we have in the previous meetings, so we will be looking for your participation that way. And we will also be taking written comment. It's a tight schedule, and we'll be going over that schedule, but we do want your feedback. We do want to hear from you, and we will be looking at those comments after you submit them. And with that, I think I will just go ahead and turn it over to Jonathan, and we'll get started. Thanks.
Well, welcome everybody. I'm just going to walk through the agenda and some of the ground rules, what we hope to accomplish, and then get Liz up here to dive right into the content. So at this point you all know the purpose is to consider various solutions to address Massachusetts' short and long-term energy needs, taking into account greenhouse gas reductions, economic costs and benefits, and system reliability. So at this meeting, at this point, you will see the full set of modeling results that Synapse has been working on for all 8 of the scenarios. When the first meeting was canceled, all the scenarios were not complete yet. They are now all complete. All the modeling has been done. The feasibility analysis has been updated based on your feedback from the last meeting. And so you'll see all of that. You'll hear Synapse's initial observations. You'll see their caveats, which again, what is this analysis and what isn't it, so that you can give feedback on the caveats. And then feedback and suggestions for revisions. So in terms of the agenda, we have this structured a little bit differently today, both to accommodate where we are in the process and the space that we were able to secure, which is a nice space with a beautiful view out that corner. But what we'll do is we're going to spend this morning really going through in great detail feasibility analysis and modeling results, including all the scenarios and all those different factors, and let you ask all the questions that you have, at least on first blush, of Synapse. And then we'll break that into 2 or 3 parts. We'll do the feasibility analysis, do Q&A on that, updates to the feasibility analysis, then we'll look at sort of high-level modeling results, and then the more detailed sensitivity analysis, and we will take questions probably at 2 junctures during that. It's a relatively long presentation. So take some notes as you go if you've got questions. And then at noon or around noon, when your questions, your first set of questions are all responded to, we'll take a lunch break. we'll see where we are in time. I have a long lunch break in part because we weren't serving lunch here and you have to go out and get something and come back. We could shorten it a little bit. Let's just see where we are, and we'll, because if you have more questions, we may go over a little. If you have less questions, we may break earlier. We'll have a little flex there. And then in the afternoon, when you come back, we're going to go right into sort of stakeholder group conversations. So you can hear what others think about it. You can have a chance to process what you're hearing, what you're thinking about it. And we're going to break up into two groups this time, sort of environmental, citizen groups on one corner, and the gas and electric industry folks in the other. Last time there wasn't that much difference, and some people were bouncing back and forth between electric and gas, so we're just going to put you together in the corner. And again, what we do is for you to then come back with some initial comments. Again, you can keep thinking about it and send your comments. What are your sort of initial thoughts? And if you have additional questions that come up in your discussions, Synapse will also be here. We can circulate between the groups and get some of those answered, but to DOER, to Synapse, and then they'll respond as best they can to the last round of questions and comments, and then we'll talk a little bit about the next steps, and we have to be out by 3:30. There's another event in this room that they need to set up for, but we think that'll give us plenty of time to work through everything. The ground rules that you've seen before, when you're speaking or asking questions, we want to know who you are. We're keeping good notes. Share your feedback. Be succinct. Make sure you turn off all your phones. I was sitting behind the governor last week at an Enernoc event, and my phone started ringing. The facilitator was always telling everybody, and all of a sudden my daughter was calling me in the middle of, I'm sitting right, and Meg was in front of me too, right? So, now silence your phones. And if we ever get the dial-in participation working, we'll let them ask questions also as well. So, a quick overview of the process. Well, you know where to get the materials now. The meetings are open to the public. We'll do a high-level meeting summary again. That will be part of the record, because again, as will your comments, will be posted as well. Again, we're handing this over to a new incoming administration, and we want this really well documented at this point. It's really not the end of the process. It's a major stepping stone in these conversations in the region. So we'll remind you, but the comments are due at 2 on the 22nd next week, and here's where to email them to. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Synapse. Yes. So the other thing is that we have a citizen who's videoing this, so you should just know it's being videotaped, and I think you make those available on your website or whatever.
It'll be on YouTube within 2 days.
Yeah. So we'll have a video of the event as well. With that, I turn it over to
John Carlton-Foss.
Thanks, Jonathan, and thanks everybody for coming out to join us for another stakeholder meeting. I wanted to mention that we sent out a version of the slides yesterday, a little bit before 5 p.m. After that, last night and this morning, we found 2 typos in them and corrected that, very small, but there is a new version of slides that's up right now, posted on our website, so that would be kind of the final version of those slides. And we're going to start out today by walking you through what changes have come to the feasibility analysis since our last meeting. And Pat Knight's going to take you through that.
Hi, everyone. Sorry. Hello? 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 Okay, there we go. So I'm just going to walk through what's on the slide right here about our changes to the feasibility study and the supply curves. In general, we made some changes to cost and savings of some of the alternative resources, but not all of them, including CHP, energy efficiency, We made some changes to offshore wind potential. We made some changes to solar hot water and our biomass thermal categories, along with our heat pump category. We made a change to the marginal heat rate that we're using as part of our calculations to determine savings. So we reduced it from 12 to 8.5 MMBTU per megawatt hour. And we removed the winter reliability, demand response, pump storage, and battery storage from our feasibility and supply curves because none of those resources have annual savings. It's only peak savings. So instead, we're revisiting them later in the analysis when it comes to a step that we call balancing. And we'll talk more about that as we get there. And then finally, we selected a threshold. You might recall in the last talk we had two different lines for possible pipeline thresholds. This time we focused just on one where the pipeline is at 80% winter usage. So I'm just going to walk through these couple of slides here. Again, the purpose of this presentation is really more to focus on the modeling results, but these are, of course, inputs to the modeling, so I want to make sure that you see all of these. So what you're seeing here are two different versions of the same chart. This is our 2015 supply curve. The top chart shows basically the big picture, and the bottom chart is a zoom in. So you'll notice the y-axis shrinks down so that you can see those measures that have much smaller heights. Over on the right-hand side is the same charts in tabular form. So listing, top to bottom corresponds with over here, right to left, are all of the different alternative resources we're looking at. And we're looking at their net levelized costs and their annual savings. So the idea is, and if I can run right here behind you, this line represents the pipeline threshold. So in general, any resources that are lower than the line get accepted and get passed through onto the next stage of modeling. So those become our low demand resources that we then model in our low demand cases. So again, this is 2015. This is 2020. Now, a significant difference between this page versus the last one is the x-axis. The 2015 is just next year. The alternative resources that we're modeling that can be accomplished by 2015 are only on the billion BTU natural gas range. When you get to 2020, we're talking more trillion BTU natural gas per year from each of these measures. We're going to take clarifying questions at the end, if you don't mind. And then this next slide is 2030. So a theme that goes along as you move from 2015 to 2020 to 2030 is that there are, in general, more resources available and that more of these resources clear. Although there are plenty of resources that don't clear the threshold. Sorry? Oh, okay. One thing that Liz just reminded me of is that we actually do these supply curves 3 separate times. So we're testing 3 different sensitivities around the gas price. We've got the reference case, we've got a high natural gas price, and we've got a low natural gas price. So each time we're actually making 3 new versions of each of these supply curves to fit into this natural gas sensitivity that we're testing. So that means that the savings will fluctuate, and that means that the pipeline threshold actually fluctuates as well.
Thanks, Pat. So the results that Pat just showed you were for the reference natural gas price. And as he mentioned, we do that analysis 3 times, one for each of the gas prices that we're testing. So in the report, there's information about each of those, the effects of those sensitivities to gas price on our feasibility curves, and there are differences in terms of what resources clear, in the sense that they are less expensive than the threshold and are put into the low demand case, and what resources don't. So that does vary by gas price. And this summary here is for the reference gas price. And if I'm not mistaken, we were going to pause at this point to do questions just about feasibility analysis.
Susan? Just remember name and organization.
John Carlton-Foss, Climate Action Citizens. Initially, I'd like to ask the question, what does a negative levelized cost mean? I'm not talking, well, I'm also interested in how you compute it, but what does it really mean?
And how do you compute it?
So we're looking at the net costs of these resources. So we're looking both at costs and at things that are, you could call them benefits or avoided costs. And when you take the difference between them, there are some resources that are actually, they are savings. They save you money to implement. And those are the ones that have a negative price to them. Their benefits are greater than their costs among the values that we included in the analysis.
Just anything more on how you calculate them?
I'm
Over
not,
what period of time?
yeah, I'm not sure what level of detail to go in, because we spent a lot of time on that in the last meeting. So in kind of a high level of it, that we're looking at both the costs of implementing the measure. So those would be the actual costs of building a new facility, or whatever those capital costs that are involved in it, as well as we're looking at the other side of, if this alternative measure were in place, what would you save from that? So you would use less electricity, or you would use less gas for heating, whatever those savings are, then trying to calculate those costs as benefits that you subtract out. And traditionally in this kind of analysis, you see things like energy efficiency as having negative costs when you do that analysis, and that's what we see here too.
Okay, so it looks as though...
Real quickly, and then we've got a bunch more questions.
Okay, it looks as though, in terms of policy, you'd really go after dump gas, for example, and get all the dumps in Massachusetts, whereas energy efficiency engineers recognize that there are serious limitations for some dumps that don't produce enough gas.
So I think that's really a question about the width of the policy. So the width of each policy is the potential savings, and the potential that we're using is what our analysts, working together with DOER, determined to be a expected savings for each year, 2015, 2020, and 2030, that was what we're calling feasibly, or technically and practically feasible. So both the technical feasibility and practical element of, do we have policies, or can we imagine policies that will get in place by that year? And in part, that's why you don't see very much going on in 2015, is because it almost is 2015. And it's a little hard to actually implement anything in time to get that going. So we're taking into those considerations into account when we create the width of each block.
So the devil is in the details.
Absolutely.
Peter Shattuck, Acadia Center. Thanks for digging into all this. A couple clarifying questions. On the heat rate adjustment, if I'm understanding this right, what you've effectively done is assume that it's a more efficient gas plant that is being displaced on an annual basis. And I'm wondering, during that peak winter hour, are you still assuming that it is a less efficient peaker plant as we move up the stack?
Yes, and Pat, you can correct me if I'm getting this wrong. The 12 that was used originally was not a choice that we were making on purpose. It was a placeholder that it ended up in accidentally. So it's not that we've changed our assumption about that. Had we realized that 12 was in the model, we would have always gone for the 8 instead for annual. And I think that's well supported, that as an annual average, that about 8 is what's being displaced. When we're talking about the peak hour, no, we're not using 8, and we're not choosing a value either. So in the electric sector, that modeling happens inside of market analytics, where it's doing economic dispatch of all of the specific units in New England. And so when something gets displaced, it's a specific unit with a specific heat rate.
Okay. On the assumption about the pipeline utilization rate, I'm assuming that this is directly related or reliant on being able to build only as much pipe as you need, right? So if you overbuilt pipeline capacity, the utilization rate could presumably be much lower, and the economics of additional pipeline would be less compelling.
That's right. The calculation of the threshold as being sort of representative of pipeline costs is very simplified, and one of the simplifications that's embodied in it is this idea that you could have any increment of it.
Okay, and then the last thing, could you just elaborate a little bit on what the changes were for biomass thermal and solar?
Sure. So for biomass thermal, I can't get into the actual specifics, but I can tell you that compared to the last time that you saw these numbers, the cost went up, and the cost decreased and the savings decreased. And for solar hot water, was that the other one you asked for?
Yes.
The costs increased and the savings decreased.
And can you say why? Is that just based on feedback and literature?
Yes.
And so in terms of all of the renewable thermals, so we have 4 things that are renewable thermals in here. They are, help me, biomass thermal,
Heat pump.
both kinds of
solar
heat
hot
pumps,
water.
and solar hot water, right? So there's 2 kinds of heat pumps to make 4. Those are the 4 things discussed as renewable thermal in the CART study. And so originally we had a much bigger segment of that included in feasibility analysis. Now we're just doing a small bit of that, and it's not even part of what's in the CART study. It's separate from it, and it's what DOER has been calling their a cusp analysis. It's an analysis of the customers that are actually affected from gas lines, so that looking at a change in sort of in new customers off of gas lines as being what's captured for low demand. Everything else that's in the CART study, all of those potential savings are being calculated as part of the base case now. So they're not in here. Oh, everything in the CART study is in, but it's in the base case because our understanding from DOER is that that is existing policy at this point. So all of those savings, I don't have the number in my head from the CART study, are in the base case, and that's also the case now for advanced building codes. And so all of the savings that are expected from advanced building codes are in the base case per DOER as being existing policy.
Good morning, Ben D'Antonio, NESCO. Just wanted to thank you for the very clear presentation, had a clarifying question and a respectful request. I see that you've restated a lot of the feasibility study. Will you be releasing the detail associated with the feasibility study? That's the question. And then the respectful request is, would you consider releasing it in electronic format to save us a lot of data entry? Thanks.
I'll take the first one and Meg can take the second one. We, in our report, there is everything that you saw in the feasibility memo, updated, is in the report. Okay? And that includes, we had some summary tables, and we also had some detailed tables. The detailed tables are in. In terms of releasing any of our spreadsheets, Meg,
We are intending to do that.
does that include the gas model or just the feasibility? Sounds like DOER is planning to release all of our spreadsheets.
I'm keeping your cue. I've got it in my head. So.
Ed Wall, Sierra Club. I'd stand up on my lap and spill onto the ground. I'm sorry. With respect to the thermal renewables, are you taking into account the new legislation whereby there'll be alternative energy credits given as an incentive for the renewable thermals? There was a discussion on Wednesday where they actually are starting to calculate those and incorporate those in the regulations. That could have a big effect on the market availability for those.
Yes, and I'm going to have Meg answer that.
Sorry, Meg.
Yeah, no. This is fine? No.
It takes a second to warm up. Just leave it on.
Yeah, I do believe that that is incorporated, but I do want to verify that for certain.
Larry Cretion, Mass Energy Consumers Alliance. Two-part question, mostly about energy efficiency. So the avoided cost of carbon, as we're talking about it in docket 1486, is that in either the base case or low demand? The slides 49 and 50-something kind of were not clear to me.
Was that the first part of the two-part question?
Yes.
Okay, great. So here's what is in and out in terms of carbon costs. So in our market analytics run, so that's all of our electric sector modeling, there is a RGGI allowance price. In 2020, that RGGI allowance price continues to go up, and it takes on what is often called the synapse federal carbon price, and it's a higher level. Those are the assumptions that were used in AESC 2013 and past AESCs, RGGI to a federal. And so that's embedded in our electric sector modeling, all cases. For the feasibility analysis, that's separate. And in terms of avoided costs, for energy efficiency measures, we are using the 1486, the DPU docket 1486 estimate of the avoided cost of compliance with GWSA. For all other measures, we are not.
For example, zero emission measures.
Not.
Okay. So there, for example, when the items that relate to number 2, residential electric energy efficiency, number 3, C&I electric energy efficiency, those would have the value in 1486.
That's correct.
So then the follow-up question is, could you briefly describe the logic again when you know that the net benefits are huge, or the costs are negative, and you've only made the width of the bar so wide? One would argue that why not run it out as far as you can until the width of the bar begins to, it would slope up like a triangle. It would end up becoming to the x-axis. Meaning, why would you stop doing certain measures, limit the width of the bar when you know that the benefits are positive?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you run them to zero?
So in terms of the widths, we're talking about energy efficiency specifically, or?
Sure, anything that's blue though.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let me talk about energy efficiency as an example. So the energy efficiency width savings estimates that we're using both for the base case and for what goes into the feasibility study and then goes into low demand are determined by DOER. And my understanding is that they're using a determination that uses that definition that we've been using of technically and practically feasible. And I would think that the answer to why the width is not much larger or doesn't keep going until you see your loss of economies of scale and the price gets higher and you head up over the threshold is that practical aspect. Meg, do you want to answer why can't we have triple DEE?
I mean, we're taking into account the economic.
Meg, can you use the mic?
Well, no, because it's just what you put in here, then the economic threshold cuts parts off, right? So just in terms of what we're going to consider for economic feasibility, why isn't there more and more and more DE?
Right, and I mean, it goes back to what Liz said about what is technically and practically feasible, an assessment based on that. Some of that is, a lot of that is based on, different studies that we have done, but it is what, is technically and practically feasible.
And aren't these, the energy efficiency, they're already a bundle of measures. Some are more expensive and some are less expensive, right? It's a bundle of measures.
Yes, so we are getting that difference that picks up some of the price difference because we're breaking them down into residential, C&I, and low income, and we break it down into electric versus gas. So we do get those 6 differences, and they do have different costs and benefits to them, absolutely. But I mean, this is something that we were struggling with at the last meeting, saying less so for the base case, but for what energy efficiency should go into low demand and looking for a good way to project that into the future. So I don't have a different answer besides, what Meg is expressing about concerns about the practicality.
Ariel Ilan from Montague. 2 questions, and the first is a clarification of something you said. I'm sure I heard it wrong, but just to clarify. You didn't say, did you, that you're only considering as alternatives to additional natural gas supply the measured in blue? You didn't say that, did you?
Let's go to what considering means. Let me walk you through it. Okay. So everything that is on our list here, red or blue, is considered. Okay? And so these are all measures that we find to be technically and practically feasible. Okay? And the savings here is the technically and practically feasible amount of savings. Economics are ignored, and that's how we build the list. If we had a measure and we considered it and it had no savings at all, you wouldn't see it on the list, right? But if it had some savings that could be practically achieved in the joint consideration of Synapse and DOER, it appears on the list. Then comes the economic threshold. And the economic threshold says, okay, out of these measures and amounts that are technically and practically feasible, which are in addition economically feasible. And those blue measures, those go into the low demand case. The ones that are above the economic threshold, more expensive than the threshold set here, are not in. Does that answer it?
It answers what it is you're showing us. And then the second question steps a little bit away from the trees and back to the big picture of the forest. From the point of view of the average citizen who was concerned about additional pipelines coming into the state, we had the question of how much could we actually lower demand for electricity, what is possible, and that ended up being the basis for the whole study as far as we were concerned. So I guess I'm asking, is there an answer that is going to come out of this that will say in somewhat simple format, if you do this, 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 and this, you can certainly lower the demand enough in the state and or in the region that you really don't need to add natural gas simply to power our electrical system or power grid. And I understand that could come with some alternatives, like, yeah, you could do it this way, or this way, but the costs attached to each of these 3 alternatives are going to be different costs monetarily. That's understood.
I think we need to be clear about what was and was not modeled. And we will get into some of that a little bit later, but just to make sure that we're all on the same page with that, this isn't a statement about what could or could not be modeled, right? Lots of things could be modeled, but there's what we have modeled and are presenting in this project. And it's not what you just described. And so it's not saying what could we do to prevent a pipeline, or how many alternative measures could we put into it. That was not the analysis that took place. And so the analysis that we're doing here is that we're given specific scenarios of the future, and our job has been to say, under that scenario, what does the future look like in terms of natural gas usage? And so that's different from saying, how could we do one or another different things, right? Including how could we not have a pipeline? And so it's just not what we modeled.
So let's return to that when we get into the modeling results again. So we have a question here.
Jim O'Reilly with Northeast Energy Efficiency Partnerships. I had 2 questions related to energy efficiency. The first one I don't think, Liz, you can answer. It's probably for Meg. Because you mentioned, I'll start by saying most potential studies when we look at energy efficiency look at technical potential or economic potential. The words feasible and practical are not usually associated with energy efficiency potential studies. Those are seemingly very subjective terms. So I'm curious as to what goes into those definitions for you that would then seemingly disqualify a lot of energy efficiency that a lot of us think could be considered heightened levels of savings that aren't identified as part of this.
So we worked with our energy efficiency team on that. They were the ones that provided the input on this. But I think if you look at it, for the base case, we went up to where the 3-year plans are, which, 2015, it's, 2.6% of electricity, sales. And then when we went to the low demand case, what we used was 2.9% of electricity sales, and that's based on what's in the Clean Energy and Climate Plan. And, the team all weighed in on this, and it was, that's what we had as data to be able to support, technically and, practically feasible. Maybe there'd be different words, but that's what we used as the guidance on that.
Okay, so you based it on the curve of the current savings as they're being achieved and planned. And as you're obviously aware, there's a lot of discussion at the EAC level about how those targets are not being met adequately and could in fact be much more aggressive and met cost effectively. And so I would just suggest that, to Larry's point, I think we're really underestimating what you can be achieving from energy efficiency.
I was going to break in and clarify. So, Meg, you were just describing the base case assumptions. Do you want to talk about the assumptions that are in the feasibility analysis and the low demand assumptions? Because that's different, right? So, what the 3-year plan, and then I guess.
But it sounded like she was
basing
that potential off. She sounded like she was basing that potential off of the curve of what's been achieved as part of the 3-year plans.
For 2015.
Mike?
Sorry. For 2015, the goal is, which is the 3rd year of the 3-year plans, is 2.6%. And then, if I recall correctly, for the base case, that is, what's held level, throughout. And then for the low demand case, we went up to 2.9%. It's for electric side. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
My second question had to do with energy codes. You used the term earlier, advanced energy codes. And I'm curious as to what you mean by that.
Sure. So, there's the fact that in accordance with the Green Communities Act, we update, the base code every 3 years in accordance with the international standards. And then also, the potential for the stretch code, which we, currently have on the books here.
Okay, but 2 points in relation to that. One is that you're mandated to update the code every 3 years, but you were over a year late last time in doing that. So you lost all those savings for at least a year as part of new construction and substantial renovation. And the second is there is no stretch code anymore because the stretch code was not updated, which means the former stretch code is now the baseline code. And as far as I can tell, there are no plans to update to and adopt a new stretch code.
That is still, and your latter point is still an outstanding question, that it is something that we felt was important to include here.
But if there's no advanced code to reference, how can that be used in establishing a baseline?
What was the assumption that you used for advanced code?
We used, just to clarify the numbers, we use the advanced building codes as projected in the CECP modeling. The modeling for, GWSA CECP that came out that has a certain amount of savings associated with advanced building codes, and that's what we have in the base case, just to clarify what we're talking about here.
Eric Winkler, so I'm curious about, in the low demand, to what extent the SELT already captures forecasted EE? I'm assuming that's the base case, and that anything above that, now the 2.6 may not be the forecasted value in the SELT, so maybe you're working with some other delta between 2.6, maybe it's another number, and 2.9% of sales?
So we take all of the energy efficiency out of SELT using the numbers provided in SELT. We use the non-energy efficiency version, if you will. And then we recalculate energy efficiency based on all of the state's 3-year plans.
Okay, let's have one more question which somebody hasn't asked. 2 more, but we're at our time. We want to get onto the modeling, so we'll take these 2 questions.
Thanks. Carolyn Britt, Community Investment Associates. I think you've maybe answered this question already, but when I look at some of those technologies, and certainly residential and commercial solar, the actual cost to the person doing the installation or making the decision on a day-to-day basis of whether it's economic to them, I think at this point with commercial is clearly on the side of of, yes, do it, put it over the parking lot, put it over the building. So when you talk about cost, it's the cost to the person actually making the decision. And I think Banker and Tradesmen held the whole conference on this last year about how this is the most economic thing you could do to your commercial real estate. And I think with residential solar, it's getting to that point also. I'm assuming that is not reflected in this study, the actual cost to the person making the investment decision.
So this is the way it works. In the base case, we have all of the solar that is for which an incentive is available under the SREC program. All of that is in the base case. So after that, there's no policy on the books to provide an SREC for your solar panel. And that entirely changes the economics of putting up solar. Without an SREC, it's completely different. So this isn't saying that the state couldn't create a new SREC program, right? And that might be what was necessary in order to create an incentive for the solar that's represented in the low demand case, but they are treated separately. All of the current SREC 1 and 2 is in the base case with those SRECs associated with them. That's what's making them economic. And then other solar beyond that is in the feasibility study, but that decision point of whether or not I adopt it wouldn't have an SREC associated with it.
So starting in 2015, you've dropped off the SRECs?
No.
No, I mean,
I don't have the
new
year.
projects.
No, there's still, I'm sure there are people in the room that have the SREC program better in their head. Do you know how many years out the base case SREC 1 and 2? It's supposed to go to 2020, but it's happening really fast, so it's probably going to curve off before then.
Yeah, but 10 years since where that program goes.
Yeah, but they're actually accelerating. The increase is accelerating pretty fast. And well, there's both SRECs and getting your SRECs, and then there's new installations. Two different things, right?
Right. But I think, sorry.
But with the, it is accelerating, but with the new SREC 2 program and, the managed growth, model, that the idea of that was to have more sustained growth, rather than, the steep curve. And then, of course, so, that's what this, modeling is based on. Folks are probably aware that there's a net metering task force underway that's, looking at net metering caps as well as solar incentive policies. And, something different could come out of that, but where, this modeling it's based on what we have.
Did that answer your question?
I was told by an installer that the SRECs disappear for projects post 2015 without the extension of legislation. Is that not?
No, you're thinking of net meter.
But, all right, fine, thanks.
Doug Hope Energy, Boston. I'm just trying to get, is this study a snapshot in time? Because to the best of my knowledge, the Canadian hydro transmission is not a done deal. In other words, they don't have all the approvals. So if that's not an existing technology, how is it being used in the pro forma when you have ISO New England forecasting a rolling retirement of potentially 8,300 megawatts worth of oil and coal facilities between now and 2020, and you've got, so that's going to be replaced by something. And so I don't see this study looking at the reality of it. This is a snapshot in time. This is part of that reality. And why aren't you looking at alternative streams of replacing that generation with something? Because right now it's consuming either coal or oil, and potentially some natural gas. So, but it's going to be replaced by something. So in the absence of a new policy, it's going to be replaced by natural gas. So my question is, if you're looking at existing technologies and existing regulatory things that the government can do currently, Canadian Hydro isn't part of even a 3-year program potentially, because they don't have the FERC approvals, they don't have all the state approvals. So why are you rolling in the Canadian Hydro when you have potentially retirement of other generation assets, and you're not forecasting? I don't see this study as a forecast of what needs to be done to move forward. And I see it as simply a snapshot in time, and if it's a snapshot in time, why are you including Canadian?
So that's for the next.
So Canadian Hydro is not in the feasibility analysis. It's not a measure that's included in the feasibility analysis. We do a sensitivity on Canadian Hydro, and maybe we can talk about that a little bit in the next section. Also, in terms of retirements, the model is looking at every unit in New England and in New York and Canada as well because of imports for electric generation. It has that level of detail, and we have modeled into it all of the planned retirements are all modeled in. So in terms of retirements that are not yet planned, then no, we're not inferring future retirements that have not been announced.
So we're over time. If we want to get into the modeling, I'm sure you'll be able to roll your question into the modeling. Unless you have a comment on that on solar that you're trying to clarify quickly.
Thank you, John. Haskell Werland, Solar Design Associates, Harvard, Mass. I'm wondering, are you using annualized figures for the residential commercial utility scale PV versus just wintertime production, since we're comparing wintertime gas supply with wintertime solar or annual solar?
We're talking about just for the feasibility analysis here, right? So for the feasibility analysis, it's annualized. If resources make it into the modeling, they make it into a scenario. We have solar in the base case. I don't think any of the solar clears from here. But any resource that made it into modeling, then we would have more specific curve over the year. So. I don't know how long. Did you plan on a break now, or are we? I don't know. We're going to go through the. Did you want to go through the whole?
I would take a 5-minute break now. We're still wrestling with the phones. And then we were going to present the modeling in 2 parts, but we'll just kind of run through the modeling and then open it up for all your questions. Take 5 minutes now. The bathrooms are all the way down the hallway on the right. But just be quick, okay? 10:30 we'll start again.
You know. First 20 miles. Yes. How was the weather? The least side of the Berkshires is just beginning. So it was like 20 miles.
What makes you think in the last 10 days of your administration? You take a picture?
Actually,
Sorry.
Genius. Yeah, because it's pretty
So we're ready to get started. For those on the phone, welcome. You're being listen-only mode because you're on my cell phone until we get the regular phone fixed here. And if people on the phone have a problem, you can email Susan at ravensociates.org. Otherwise, we're ready to start on the modeling presentation. We're going to run through the whole presentation, then we're going to open it up. We'll hopefully have a 45-minute presentation with 45 minutes for questions.
Just 1 second, I'm just sending this out to let people know that.
Okay, we're going to start by walking through some of the larger scoping issues or scoping statements about how the modeling was conducted, and then move our way into modeling results. So some big ideas in framing the model scope. First of all, this modeling exercise is in reference to Massachusetts natural gas demand and capacity only. So we're not looking at all of New England, we're not looking at other regions feeding into New England or feeding into Massachusetts, we're just looking at Massachusetts. That's the scope of the study. We are modeling all of our scenarios. What it says here is, as of all the natural gas constraints, they're modeled as resolved. And so that means that it takes a few years until about 2020, but after that point in all scenarios, we model, we have enough balancing measures, in this case it's pipeline, in order to make sure that capacity equals or exceeds demand. And we're not modeling a scenario in which demand continues to exceed capacity out into the future. Another one, the modeling doesn't assume that new pipeline is necessary. It doesn't assume that it's not necessary. It's open for a question. We're asking that question, what's going to be necessary given demand and capacity as we understand it. We are not modeling GWSA compliance as an input to the model. We don't assume that that every scenario or require every scenario to be GWSA compliant. Rather, we are modeling the scenarios that we're modeling, and from that, from the results, we examine the results, we compare them to GWSA targets to find out if the scenarios are GWSA compliant or not. We're modeling two sensitivities. One is to the price of natural gas, so we have a reference gas price as well as a high and low gas price. We went over what those were at our last meeting, and they'll also be in the report and so on. We're also modeling a sensitivity to the addition of 2,400 megawatts of new transmission from Canada. And so in all the cases that are not a sensitivity of that, it means that there is no incremental transmission from Canada, only the transmission that we currently have. In the two sensitivities that include that assumption, it's 2,400 megawatts is what we model as coming in. And when we model the incremental Canadian transmission, we're modeling it only in the reference gas price. We do not model it in the high or low gas price. The modeling is conducted annually from 2015 to 2030, and it's your phone. It was Gail. Just saying. Okay, so I don't really know if we're still on the line here or what. Throughout the report and in the slide deck as well, we've listed a number of caveats to the report. Our recommendation is that any interpretation of the study's results always keep those caveats in mind. And we have a couple slides here that talk through each of those points in a little bit more detail, just so those of you that have printed out the slides or are following them when you get back to your office, you want to be able to do comments, that kind of thing, that you have all of that information in front of you, but I'm not going to go through it point by point. No. These are the 8 scenarios that we ran. And so you'll see that they now have scenario numbers, and you also see on the wall to the right of the screen that we've put those scenario numbers and scenario assumptions there, so that as we move through the slides, we're not always going to have right in front of you what each scenario is. You'll have a reference to remind you of what's what. So The first four scenarios are base case, as we've been discussing. Scenarios 5 through 8 are the low energy demand case. And so those are the same as the base case, but they include the resources that cleared that were less expensive than the economic thresholds in the feasibility analysis. So some variations, you can see here that we both do the reference gas price, we also do the low and high natural gas price for both base and low demand. And then we're also doing the sensitivity of, for most of the scenarios, there's no incremental Canadian hand transmission, but we do test that both for base and low in the reference natural gas price to see the impact on our modeling of adding 2,400 megawatts of new transmission from Canada. So those are the cases. And as we go through this presentation, we're going to give you information about all 8 cases. As we start off, just to introduce you to the material, we're going to focus in on 3 of the cases that sort of tell a story of what's happening in these cases. And so we have chosen to give you that snapshot, the base case at the reference natural gas price. All 3 of these are at the reference natural gas price. And in that case, there is no incremental Canadian transmission. That's scenario number 1. We're also zooming in then to scenario number 5. That takes that scenario number 1, the base case, and adds to it the low demand measures. And then scenario 8 takes scenario 5, got the low demand case, the reference price, and you add to it the incremental Canadian transmission. So it just gives us, rather than talking about all 8 all the time, a chance to say, here's a progression of adding things on. That shows that here. We're going to walk you through some of the modeling detail.
So Liz, let's pause for 1 minute and we'll switch it to the other speaker phone. So for folks who are on the phone, we're going to disconnect from the cell phone. We finally have the phone working here, and reconnect, so it might go silent for a minute. That's smart. We'll have to take a piece of all of it. Yeah, this was Tell me when you're ready for the phone, and I'll disconnect.
Sometimes she spits in it, she's mad.
Always call.
Still on the honeymoon phase.
When it's stakeholder meetings.
Is it? Yeah, I wasn't sure. The background picture. Oh. It's time to update.
Does that work?
Yeah? Okay, great. We just switched. We're taking it on. And as long as the line is good, we're going to.
I know.
There's a lot of feedback? Yeah. Okay, then we'll just stick with the cell phone. Did it sound better before?
Okay.
Okay, you're on the speakerphone now.
Okay, sorry for the delay. It seems like the phone line is working now. We're going to go through some of the details of the modeling. Of course, there's only so deep we can dive into that. It's a complicated modeling process. We've explained before that the electric sector is modeled in market analytics, which is an electric dispatch model. It's very detailed, and we're modeling not only Massachusetts, but all New England and the regions importing into it in order to get the full effect of how electricity is dispatched in the region. We're going to talk here more about what happens in what we call our gas model. So that includes the inputs to that from the market analytics, and that is the gas generation physically located in Massachusetts. So that becomes part of the gas demand. Okay? And from there, the results come into our gas model, and Pat's going to walk you through that in a couple of different ways.
So what you can see right here is a flow chart representing our gas model. One important thing to note before I get into the specifics of it is that the diagram that we're showing here only represents what we're modeling in the winter peak hour. So we're talking about winter peak hour gas demand. Other pieces of this analysis that we look at are annual gas demand, annual emissions, and annual costs. But for right now, we're just talking about the winter peak hour gas capacity and demand. So we start over here on the right-hand side, or my right-hand side, with heating demand and existing pipeline and the vaporization available from LDC-owned storage facilities. We take all of these components together and look at whether heating demand is less than existing pipeline plus LDC vaporization. If the answer is yes, then we've achieved heating balance. But if the answer is no, then we're dealing with a heating shortage situation, and we go to the next step. In this step, we take together the what we've called here electric demand. Now, as Liz was just saying, separately in market analytics, we've modeled the entire ISO New England system, plus New York and Canada, and out of that, we've gotten information about the Massachusetts natural gas consumption in the peak hour, and that's the input that we're taking in this step where it says electric demand. So Massachusetts natural gas consumption by the electric sector, plus that heating shortage, comes together to form total non-contracted demand. We then take in existing balancing measures. So there's existing district gas, there's what we've modeled is available from the existing Mystic LNG, and we've got our demand response and winter reliability. And all of these balancing measures, plus the total non-contracted demand, come together in that next diamond, where we say, is total non-contracted demand less than the balancing measures? If yes, then we've achieved total gas demand system balance. If no, then we have to loop back around and add incremental pipeline. And we do that iteratively until we have balanced our system.
And just to mention, pipeline, it becomes available in 2020.
Right. So
Not available
just to
before
repeat that, as Liz said, that add incremental pipeline step is only available starting in 2020. So to go into a little bit more detail about all of the, or many of the blue components, this is a table showing the existing demand and capacity in our peak hour. So I'm going to hit the gas demand points here, and then I'm going to turn it over to Leo here for the gas capacity bullets. First, in the gas demand, we have heating demand. Again, we're modeling natural gas heating demand in Massachusetts. So we've got the LDCs, we've got the municipal entities that are also using gas, we've got capacity-exempt entities, which are counted by some LDCs in their forecast and not counted by others. And then we've got adjustments for energy efficiency and gas reduction measures. And again, there are some energy efficiency and gas reduction measures built into the base case, and other incremental measures to that come in during the low demand case. Under electric demand, we've got the natural gas-fired electric generators in Massachusetts. And then again, we've got adjustments for energy efficiency and low demand measures, both in the base case and incremental ones in the low demand case. Importantly here, under gas reduction and the low demand measures or energy efficiency measures, I guess I didn't spell it out in the bullet, aren't just the measures that came out of that feasibility study. That's also where we're taking into account things like time-varying rates, and advanced building codes, things like that. Leo, do you want to hit the gas capacity?
For the gas capacity, as it says, we started with existing pipeline capacity, and to that we added the Algonquin AIM capacity that's scheduled to come online in 2018. So that's included in that. And then as Liz said, the next unit of capacity is not available after that until 2020. We looked at LDC on vaporization from storage because that's something that the LDCs have in their portfolios to be able to meet heating demand. And we're simplifying gas demand by calling it heating demand, but it includes all of gas, basically core demand on their system. Existing district gas owned vaporization from storage, that would be about the 715,000 that's available on peak vaporization from storage. Some of that is dedicated to the Mystic Power Plant, so that's included there. And then anything that's left over from that can be used to satisfy the electric system. And we also included some of that to be able to satisfy some LDC demand if there are pipeline shortages. So there's that combined capacity that's available.
So up next here is a tabular representation of that flow chart I just showed you. And I realize it's very tiny and probably impossible to read if you have it printed out on a piece of paper. But I've included it here just to sort of flag it for when it comes out in the report. Again, this is just kind of going left to right, just as we were on the flow chart, starting with heating demand, moving into heating balancing, taking in non-contracted demands, that's also the electric system demand, and then finally finishing it out with the balancing measures off on the end. Again here, something I talked about before, looking at the notes. This chart doesn't show unused balancing measures, so that's battery storage and pump storage. They were not economic compared to the other balancing measures, so they actually never come into play in the scenarios that we're looking at. Our analysis here is all conducted in BTUs, but I know a lot of people, when they're thinking about gas, they of course think about cubic feet. So we've put in a line here if you'd like to do the mental math going through as we talk about BTUs. But in the report, in all the places that we talk about BTUs, we've converted them into BCF, so you can think about it that way as well.
So I'm going to walk through the model results, starting with this very basic figure that shows all 8 scenarios, and it's showing the natural gas shortages in the peak hour. Pat explained that we're both doing modeling during our peak hour, our winter peak event, and we're also doing modeling annually, and we'll show you some results that relate to each thing. This is related to, in that winter peak hour, what are the gas shortages, and this is giving you 2020 and 2030. You can see that there are shortages in both of those years, and that none of the scenarios that we modeled eliminate all of that shortage. As you go out towards scenario 8, you can see that the shortages are smaller, and in the base case they're larger. You can see that the effect from the change in natural gas price, that we don't see a lot of effect of that, especially in 2020, more in 2030, changing the natural gas price. So this just gives you a quick snapshot of all 8 scenarios. We're going to go through, starting with a discussion of scenario 1, 5, and 8, that progression that I was talking about, where first you add on low demand measures, and then you add on, in addition to that, the Canadian hydro lines. But this starts you off with a picture of what's happening. Actually, I'm gonna do a couple more that, all right, sorry. So this doesn't have the scenario number on it, but this is scenario 1, the base case, reference gas price, no Canadian transmission. And we have a snapshot like this for each of those 5 scenarios to walk through. And what you want to look at here is in the dark blue, we see the heating demand, simplified, but the LDC demand, the munis, the capacity exempt, the heating side of demand is the dark blue. The light blue brings on the electric system demand. So the height of the 2 of those together is the total demand for gas in the winter peak. The solid black line is existing and planned pipeline, okay, including the Algonquin. And then the dotted line above that adds to that existing and planned pipeline, it adds on the available vaporization, the LDC district gas, the Mystic LNG, that's added on top of it. So what you see above that are shortages that can't be met in this scenario using existing and planned pipeline and available vaporization. That those 2 bundles of capacity are still smaller than the total demand in the winter peak hour. Okay? And this is for the base case, with the reference gas price, no Canadian transmission. Okay? This next image is the low demand case. This is scenario 5. So what's changed here is that we've added in the alternative measures that were less expensive than the economic threshold. You can see that, I'll go back to, I'm back on scenario 1, the base case, and watch it change to scenario 5, okay? You can see that the demand is shrinking and has shrunk in all years and is shrinking more as time goes on with those low demand measures. Some of them take a little while to get in place, so you see an increase in how that's shrinking over time. But still with the low demand measures that were less expensive than the economic threshold, the demand still is exceeding the existing and planned pipeline plus the available vaporization. It's still above that amount. Now I'm going to change it to scenario 8, and you'll see what happens in the modeling when to this set of alternative measures we add on a 2,400 megawatt incremental transmission line from Canada. And there's the switch, okay? So you see that, again, we do have some additional shortage above existing and planned pipeline and available vaporization. That amount is much smaller. I'm going to go back to take you through it again. Here's the base case scenario 1, right? So keep your eyes on the light blue blocks above the dotted line. I just added in the low demand measures that were less expensive than the threshold. Now I'm going to add in on top of that, I'm going to add in the 2,400 megawatts. Here it goes. All right. And so you see both that given those measures that were added, there is still a shortage above planned and existing pipeline and the available vaporization. You also see the change over time in these, how that's shrinking over time, both from the low demand, the alternative measures bring that gas demand down over time, and so too does the addition of the incremental Canadian transmission. The assumption here is that, how does this correct, that 1,200 comes in 2018, and an additional 1,200 comes in 2022. Okay? So that's what we're looking at here. And this sequence of 3 figures gives you a good picture of what's happening here. It's not that we didn't see any effects from changing the natural gas price. There are those effects. In terms of how it impacts the winter peak hour, much less so. Where we see those effects, we see that in cost. Right? We see that a little bit in what clears in the feasibility analysis, but it's not that gas price in the range that we examined. It's not having a really large impact here in the winter peak hour. Okay. This is another kind of snapshot. This is Massachusetts annual natural gas consumption, and you can see the 3 scenarios that we've been discussing. Base case, that's scenario 1. Low demand, that's scenario 5. And the low demand plus incremental Canadian transmission, that's scenario 8. You can see the annual natural gas consumption reducing from one to the next. That it bobbles around a little bit. You can see as different measures are added, there's a little break there that they're all moving upwards together. During one of the sort of goes up and then down there as that same moment that we're able to introduce pipeline. No pipeline was available before then, right? We're using the assumption that new incremental pipeline, the soonest that we could get that on would be 2020. I'm going to walk you through the emissions results. We're going to start out by talking about what is the GWSA target that we're comparing to. So we had said all along through the stakeholder meetings that we're not going to be, for this modeling exercise, we're not modeling GWSA as a requirement of the scenarios, that the scenarios are required to be GWSA compliant. Rather, we're modeling certain scenarios and we're going to then ask the question, were they GWSA compliant? So when we say that, what do we mean? And for that, we needed to establish not just a GWSA target for the state, but one that's specific to these sectors. So we're not modeling all of the sources of greenhouse gases within the state in this exercise. So the way that we did this is we looked first at what were the targets in 2020 and 2030 for the state. These are percentage reductions to the low 1990 statewide levels. The one for 2020 is clear, that's 25%. The one for 2030 less so. There has not yet been such a target announced for the state. We did hear what's been done in other places, which is to draw a straight line between the target for 2020 and the target for 2050. When you do that, you get 43% reduction in 2030. So we're beginning with that assumption. The target that is represented by those percentage reductions for 2020, it's about 71 million metric tons. And for 2030, it's about 54 million metric tons. And that's the total amount, maximum amount that Massachusetts could emit and still be GWSA compliant in those years. And what we want to figure out is, say for 2020, we've got 71 million metric tons that we can emit and still be GWSA compliant. What's the number for the electric and gas sectors? How much can the electric and gas sectors emit and have the state be GWSA compliant? In order to get to that, we needed to make assumptions about the other sectors that are not electric and gas. And the assumption that we made was that those sectors will do what it says they're going to do in the CECP. So the Clean Energy and Climate Plan for 2020 sets out goals for each of these sectors. It's just for 2020. We assume that those shares of reductions that are represented in the CECP for 2020 are the same shares in 2030, because we don't have information about 2030 goals yet. And so for non-energy and transportation, these are in the next 2 rows here, this is the total amount that those sectors are expected to emit in 2020 and 2030, given the CECP information. We also did the same thing for oil emissions, because that isn't broken out specifically in the CECP, but we followed through what's called the building sector emissions, which both has what we're calling natural gas heating, but it's a little broader than that, and it also has the oil side. We followed through that building sector to say which of this belongs to oil and which of this belongs to natural gas, to figure out, okay, according to the CECP, what are the emissions that are expected for the oil sector. When you take all of those out, the non-energy, the transportation, the oil emissions, you give those sectors the emissions that are expected in CECP, you're left with a certain amount. And that amount is what's available to the electric and natural gas sectors. Those 2 sectors can emit up to that amount while still being GWSA compliant. if they emit more than that amount, they're no longer GWSA compliant for the goal as a whole. Right? So too, it's the case that if any of the other sectors were to emit more than the amount specified here, we would be out of compliance, but that's not what we're focusing on here. And those levels, when you take out the other sectors, for gas, heating, and electric, the maximum amounts, those targets for GWSA compliance are 23 million metric tons in 2020 and 19 million metric tons in 2030. So that was the process and then the assumptions that go into it. And here are the results. Again, just showing scenarios 1, 5, and 8. The vertical lines going up are representing the target, the total amount that we could emit in those two sectors only and still be GWSA compliant. And then you can see that all three of these scenarios have emissions that are above that level. So none of our 8 scenarios modeled for this project were GWSA compliant in any of the years modeled. And that's what's represented here. You can see, however, that there's a big difference in emissions from the base case, scenario 1, to scenario 5. We add the alternative measures, big reduction in emissions, and more so as we go out into the future. And then another big dip in emissions from adding that incremental Canadian transmission, which is also what's expected in the CECP as well. But here we come much closer than the base case to achieving GWSA compliance for these two sectors, but it isn't reached. The final model output that I want to go over briefly in terms of our scenario 1, scenario 5, scenario 8 progression are our costs. And the way that we modeled costs was to look at the difference in costs between each scenario and the base case scenario. So all of our costs are represented as that difference, that delta. How much different are costs from the base case? So you'll see on all of our cost charts, you'll see base case or scenario 1 represented as the horizontal axis, right? Because the difference from itself is 0. So it's there just to give you a marker to what you're comparing to. Here we're also showing the scenario 5 and scenario 8. The blue is scenario 5. That's with adding on the alternative measures that were less expensive than that economic threshold. You can see that costs go up and then start to dip down over time. The costs that are included here are capital costs. They are the operating costs. They're the electric system costs. It's all of those costs that are being represented here. When you add on in addition, add on the hydro lines, the Canadian transmission lines, you get the green series, and you can see that's moving around quite a bit. We were curious about that and looked into why you see so much of a difference. It's less expensive than scenario 5, and then it's more expensive than scenario 5. A lot of that had to do with what was being displaced on the system, and there's the introduction of 2 different lines here. The introduction of that first line in 2018, it had a big savings for the electric system. The introduction of the second line in 2022, not so much. So for 2018, we saw the savings to the electric system really outweighing the expense of putting in the line itself. On the second line in 2022, we didn't see that dynamic. Those costs were not outweighed by savings to the electric sector in the same way, and that's why you see that pattern. We were going to pause here, but you're saying just
Should marshal through.
that's what I'm going to do. Okay, so that was supposed to be after a pause. We've all got that. I'm going to walk through some more scenario results so you all get a chance to see them. I'll try to talk about them a little bit. These will all be ones where we're showing all 8 scenarios so you can get the full picture, and you've got the resource to the right over there to remind you of which scenario is which with the different gas prices and so on. This is our 2020 peak hour shortages. So this is just for 2020 for all the scenarios. You can see that as we're adding on first low demand and then adding on to the low demand, the additional transmission from Canada that we have a reduction in shortage, but there are shortages in every year in the set of scenarios that were models. This one shows 2030. Similar pattern, you see a little bit more reaction to the gas prices here, and a bigger dip as you go on out and add both there's a lot more available in terms of the alternative measures, so you get a bigger impact there. And then by that time, a second hydro line is in place, so you get a bigger impact there as well. We've got two different images here to show you the costs of all the scenarios. This one's showing all of the base case scenarios. So scenario 1, base case reference gas price, no incremental hydro, is it's the x-axis, it's the horizontal axis, and everything is compared to it. How do these other costs compare to those base case costs? And you can see on here that we have with the low gas price for scenario 2, that you have a big dip in costs. With high gas price, it's higher than the reference gas price. It moves in the direction that you'd expect it to move for annual costs. When you have a lower or a higher gas price, those are represented here. And then scenario 4 is the reference gas price again, but is adding on the Canadian transmission, and you see an increase in annual costs from adding on the Canadian transmission. These are the same as the ones I showed you a few minutes ago. You're not seeing those big bobbles just because we're looking at it at a much bigger resolution. If we zoomed it in to just being, much closer to the x-axis, then you'd see that movement. It's here, but it's just not easy to see at this scale. This chart is showing all of the low demand scenarios. Again, it's got scenario 1 on here just to remind you that everything is in comparison to scenario 1. Is it more costly or less costly than scenario 1, the base case? Again, you can see the 3 gas prices moving in the direction that you'd expect them to move. With scenario 5, it's there, and it's a tiny bit more expensive than scenario 1. You're not seeing it like you could on the other one because of the resolution. It's very, very close. When looked at in this scale, it's very, very close to the costs of the base case. And then again, you can see adding on the cost of the Canadian transmission. This table shows you all 8 scenarios now in net present value form. So this is the net present value, looking at the stream of costs and benefits going into the future, 2015 to 2030, bringing them back today, right, and saying what are those values today discounted. And you can see the differences. The change in the gas price has a big effect here on costs, as you would imagine that it would. And for example, you can see the scenario 5 is $400 million more expensive than scenario 1. That's the cost of the low demand measures, the net present value over all 15 years. Here are a couple more tables showing you details on the emissions. Same idea. Here we're showing all 8 scenarios. This is for 2020. The black line is that GWSA target for these 2 sectors for 2020, like I was describing. It's 23 million metric tons. The dotted line is giving you a little bit more information, which is looking at the information in the CECP. There's also a business as usual scenario that's given in there, and that's saying for the 2 scenarios, the electric sector and the gas part of the building sector, what was their BAU emissions in the CECP and the GWSA climate planning. So all of these scenarios represent lower emissions than that BAU expectation, but they all represent somewhat higher emissions than the GWSA target. And you can see the difference here from the base case going out to scenario 8, where all of these measures have been added to it. The range in excess of the GWSA target, if the GWSA target is 100% of what you can do and be in compliance, then the amount above that in these targets is 26 to 7% more. We also wanted to think about that in terms of, that's the percent more it is of the target for those sectors. But if you're assuming that the other sectors are maintaining their own compliance, then there's also the question of, if it's just this set of sectors that's out of compliance, what is that percentage greater than for the state? And the answer to that question is represented on here is from 9 to 2%. So that scenario 8 is 2%, the emissions are 2% higher, assuming that it's only these sectors that are not making their compliance, all the other sectors are making their compliance. No, all the other sectors are making their compliance.
I know, but in reality,
So for 2030, again, the same kind of chart. We have the scenario 8, and scenario 1 through 8 shown here, and the 2030 GWSA target is 18 or 19 million metric tons, and we show the BAU again. You can see that based on that original BAU back when that was done of the CECP modeling in 2010, that BAU was much higher. All the scenarios here are coming in lower than that, and here we have from a 55 down to a 6% addition above meeting compliance for the two sectors. So for the base case, it's even more out of compliance. For the scenario 8 that has the alternative measures and the transmission in it as well, then it's pretty similar amount above. Okay? When you compare that to the state target as a whole, again, to ask what is this overage above the state target, it's from 19% down to 2% in scenario 8. From here, I'm going to go through just a few observations that we had about the results. One is something that I guess I already discussed a little bit, is the price sensitivity in winter peak, the sensitivity to those natural gas prices. And there wasn't a lot of sensitivity, especially in 2020, to some extent also in 2030. We did not see a lot of sensitivity to natural gas price in the winter peak. In the annual results, certainly, there was a lot of sensitivity there, especially to costs. It makes a difference for emissions. It makes a difference for annual gas use to some extent. But in terms of what is and is not happening at the winter peak, the demand at the winter peak, we just don't see that sensitivity. That is in part a product of the assumptions that we're making, where looking at what I would call the elasticity, so it's the sensitivity to these gas prices and the way that's modeled with demand. So neither electric load nor the demand for gas heating is being modeled as being sensitive to gas prices. And this is very typical of how this is modeled. It's not something special for this analysis, that especially in the short run, that people's responsiveness to changing energy prices is really muted because of the fact that they're necessities, that most of our energy products are necessities. And so when there's a gas price, we might change our purchases of some other product so that we can pay our bills, whether it's our electric bill or it's a different kind of energy bill. But our actual sensitivity in the short run to changing natural gas prices is really very muted. It's very small, based on evidence of historical evidence. As you get out into a future, hard to say how many years, but as you get out into a little further into the future, households and also businesses are able to make decisions about investing in different kinds of infrastructure, right? So it's not just about what am I going to do today? Am I going to, turn the thermostat on or off? Those kind of decisions. Once you have a few years out or 10 years out, you're able to make decisions about, am I going to get a, heat pump instead of a new furnace of one kind or another? Then there's more sensitivity to prices, that you see that long-term elasticity being greater. And that is being captured in terms of the policies that are being brought into the state that are giving that responsiveness. But the short-term responsiveness is not in there. So that's one observation. Another is about the impact of the incremental Canadian transmission. So we found that the impact of the incremental Canadian transmission is also a little bit muted in the peak hour. It's not that there is no impact there, and there's certainly a lot of impact in terms of what you saw for greenhouse gas emissions. It's making a big difference there, but you don't have, you can't observe all of the I shouldn't say we can observe. In the modeling, the fact that there now is this incremental transmission doesn't have a huge impact on the winter peak hour. It's got an impact, but it isn't something that's swaying the whole modeling. It's there, and we can see it, and the impact that it does have changes over time as you introduce the second line, and as other changes happen to the electric sector as well. When you have in place all of the alternative measures, and then you're adding on the Canadian transmission as well, again, it mutes that effect a little bit because it changes the system that it's being added to. So the effect that Canadian transmission can have is not as strong as it is to a system that doesn't have any of those new alternative measures in it. Another observation, the gas requirements are similar across scenarios. So there's variation in what the gas requirements are, the annual gas requirements, but again, it's not a night and day. The range of the differences in what those annual gas requirements is pretty narrow, and I mean, that's reflecting the assumptions that are put into these scenarios. We're modeling a certain set of scenarios, and given that set of scenarios, the gas requirements has a pretty narrow band. So, the impact of the alternative measures, again, this is something that's really important here. The alternative measures are having an important effect on what's happening both at peak and in terms of annual results. I guess two things to point out about that. One, to mention again that the gas price sensitivity does affect the feasibility analysis, and so in the sensitivities that have a low or a high gas price, different resources cleared and were put into low demand than in the reference gas price. So it did have an effect there, the natural gas prices on the alternative measures. Also really important here is the choice of economic threshold, as we've talked about at both of the previous meetings. If you had a different economic threshold for whatever reason, or a different threshold of any kind, a different choice threshold, then you would have a different result about which of these alternative measures were included, and differences in modeling results would flow from there. The last part that we had wanted to run through was an overview of some of the caveats to the study. These are a combination of caveats that had kind of been built into the study from the beginning, that the modeling team has observed and developed throughout the modeling period, and also caveats that were offered by stakeholders in comments have been incorporated here. These few slides give a quick summary of them, and then we've also included in the slides a more detailed walk through the caveats, so that again, that's what you're going to have back at your offices to look at when you're putting together comments, and that way you'll be able to see what the full set of caveats is that we're looking at. So just to run through these, I think that a lot of this are things that people have mentioned before, related to, and I should say, in addition to these caveats here, that we had some slides above this that were talking about modeling scope. That modeling scope section is also like a set of caveats. They're telling you what is and is not happening here. So there are those caveats, and then these were ones that are kind of specific to different aspects of the modeling. So with regards to the winter peak event, just to clarify again that this is, it's not a specific peak event from the past. We're not looking at a specific historical event and modeling that. We're looking at the LDCs, the gas utilities design days, where they are planning for a very heavy demand usage winter event. in order to meet their reliability requirements. We are bringing that over into the electric sector to also look at what would that high usage, high demand event look like in the electric sector. They're happening coincidentally at the same time. To that, we're also adding the assumption that this event is happening at the end of a cold snap. And the cold snap that we're looking at is a 12-day cold snap. And so our event is happening at the end of a 12-day cold snap. It's got the demand represented by the gas utilities design day, bringing those same concepts over into the electric side, and then the importance of thinking about that cold snap in terms of what stored resources are available. That's all been incorporated here. But it's about future years. It's not about some specific past event. For the base case, a couple of things to mention. We're using CELT 2014. This is something that was brought up by a few different stakeholders. That's what we're using, and we're also using the CELT assumptions about DG, about distributed generation. For the CELT 2014, you know that we're backing out the energy efficiency that's represented there and then putting in our own calculation of energy efficiency based on each state's program administrator's own planning for energy efficiency. That's what we're using there. I mentioned this just a moment ago, that we are modeling the gas heating demand as being inelastic, and so not sensitive to changes in price. When we have a different gas price, the low price or the high price, we don't see a change in what households and businesses are demanding for their gas use. It stays the same. Okay? The study does not take into consideration the 4164. This is the wrong one mixed in together. That's not the legislation on gas leaks. The 4164 is, unless I've got this confused, the 4164 is it's about gas expansion. Right? It's the bill about gas expansion. We're not taking any of that into consideration here. It's also the case that separately from that, there's a new order that's about gas leaks that is not being incorporated here. There is a study that's coming up about gas leaks and fixing those gas leaks in Massachusetts and what kind of savings you can get from that. It hasn't been released yet. So when that study on gas leaks is released, then we would think that in new analysis that should be incorporated. In terms of the natural gas price assumptions, we are just modeling the 3 natural gas prices that we've discussed at other meetings. That's the range that we modeled. And so, again, you're seeing the results for the scenarios that we modeled. And that's the approach of this analysis, that we have these scenarios that we were asked to model. We model them and we're saying, if this were to take place, what results would you expect? If you modeled different assumptions, you'd expect to see different results. For the gas price sensitivities, we did not include specifically an impact of gas exports. The choice of the high gas price assumption was taken from an EIA case that is looking at different levels of resource use and intensive resource use, intensive extraction, but there isn't a specific case that is looking at the impact of gas exports, and that's not included as a price impact. We're also not looking at a risk premium associated with natural gas volatility. So the idea here would be that if you're able to avoid a fuel that has a very volatile price, that there are particular savings to that. It's giving you a benefit of having avoided that volatility. We're not including any kind of benefit like that here. For the Canadian transmission assumptions, we are, the imports are system power. And that's why I keep on saying Canadian transmission over and over instead of saying hydro. It's mostly hydro, but what you import on one of those lines is the system power for Quebec. And system power in Quebec is not all hydro. It's got a mix of things in it, including some fossils, In terms of emissions, because our modeling, our market analytics has those values coming from Canada in as being zero emissions, we didn't change that, but we did test what would happen if you put in the actual emissions from Canada. And it's not observable. It's such a small emissions rate. You can't observe the change in the decimal places that we show you as the results. So we took that into consideration. It doesn't really change it, but it is system power and not hydro. The transmission lines that we're modeling are generic. We're not talking about specific electric transmission lines, any specific project, any of the considerations related to any of those specific projects. They are generic. It's giving a generic price of what it would cost to bring that in, and like with the other sensitivities and with this one, it's a what if. It's a sensitivity saying in most of our modeling we don't have any incremental transmission coming from Canada. What if you added those lines? How does it change things? In terms of the, do you want to? 2 minutes? Okay, 2 minutes. So the caveats to feasibility analysis, I'm actually going to skip that because I think that we just talked about that quite a bit and buy back some more of my 2 minutes here by going on to capacity and demand balance methodology. So a couple of things here. We did not look at we did not include there being additional LNG storage. That's not part of our modeling. The pipeline costs are generic. We didn't look at environmental impacts of pipeline siting. It's not part of the study. Or the effect that pipeline investments might have on changing how much alternative resources are brought online, and what impacts that could have over time. It's just not an element of the analysis. The natural gas supply, we are assuming that actual supply of natural gas is sufficient. And so what we're worried about is capacity, the ability to get the gas where it's going. Our assumption is that above these, above in the system, beyond these capacity constraints, that there is supply, and that if there are enough pipeline capacity or other effects to bring it in, then it can be brought in. We're not considering shortages of supply. Let's see. I'm going to skip ahead to let you see a last couple of caveats before Jonathan tells me I have to stop. And these are about GWSA target assumptions. So we are not looking at upstream natural gas leaks life cycle analysis. These are the emissions from the sources themselves. It's not in the study. We're not looking at the impact that making these pipeline investments has on our ability to comply with GWSA down the road. Right? That's just an output. We're not considering it as an input to the study. Right? The output of what happens with GWSA compliance is what you can observe in these results. The 2030 CCP target, I mentioned this before, that's not yet developed, so we're just using a linear interpolation to get at what that target is.
Okay, we're open to your questions on the analysis.
I actually have 3 questions, but one of them is from Peter, so I'll try to do that. Okay, the first question is sort of not exactly a question, but it is. Could you just remind us what the prices were for each of the 3 gas price scenarios?
It's hard to say that. I apologize for not having a slide in here. Can you characterize them?
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers here, but they were from the DOE EIA Annual Energy Outlook. So it was the reference case from that outlook, and then we looked at the low oil and gas resource case and the high oil and gas resource case and the prices that were associated with those.
They were in earlier presentations, but I don't remember them either, so, okay. So now the real question is, number one of the graphs seems to show that electric demand jumps significantly in 2020. What's going on there?
Yeah. So what's going on with electric demand is that we've made an assumption about the price of natural gas to the electric system. And that is that in years from 2015 to 2019, our assumption is that the natural gas supply and demand system is out of balance. It's out of balance until pipeline is available in 2020. And because it's out of balance, we will continue to see price spikes in the electric sector. And so what's happening is that we give those price spikes to the market analytics, the electric dispatch model, and it's reacting to them. And what you're seeing is the way that it's reacting to those price spikes. And what it does is it pulls everything that it can away from natural gas. And we still, and the fact that it's doing that is keeping shortages down in those years. That reaction to those prices keeps the shortages down. And then starting in 2020, when we do have pipeline available, we assume that, and this is the way it plays out, because we bring the pipeline on, we assume that there is a balance between supply and demand, and that you don't see those extreme spikes, and the electric system stops reacting to them, because they're not there. And so, whereas before, when the spikes were there, the electric system reacts to them by moving away, choosing other dispatch as much as possible in that winter peak hour. Now it doesn't need to do that, and you see more gas generation dispatched in the winter peak hour once the price spikes are removed.
Okay, thank you. And then, so this model that we just went through is for peak demand, not for annual demand, correct?
The modeling that Pat described in terms of the mechanics of it, he was describing the peak, but we are giving results here. We give results in terms of the demand to capacity balance in the winter peak hour. We also give results that are annual gas consumption, annual emissions, and annual costs.
Right. Okay, but so I was just reading up on this, and just this year, ISO New England took some steps to ensure that they will have reliability this year, and they include a new winter reliability program, several rule changes, including moving up timing of the region's day-ahead market, to increased reserve requirements, and a pay-for-performance requirement. Did the study take into account all of those measures?
I'm going to give you a quick answer, and then I'm going to put Paul Peterson on the spot. Come on down, Paul. So yes, we did. Paul could probably talk a little bit about how we did that, but we do include a winter reliability program, we include demand response, we've included all of those considerations. Paul?
Yeah, the only one that made me make an exception to is the implications of pay for performance. The first auction will occur this February for delivery in 2018-2019, so I don't think we made a lot of assumptions about what pay per performance would do to availability of gas.
No, and I wouldn't think that the market analytics had that kind of baked into it either, because it's hard to know quite how that's going to play out. Yeah, it's very.
I just had a question to understand better the caveats that you mentioned on the peak hour modeling. Does the model have a standard probability of outages or contingencies baked in, or does it just assume all the units are available to run based on economic dispatch? So, for instance, does it take into account what would happen to the gas demand if you had you lost your largest contingency, or if you had a sudden drop in imports like we saw a few weeks ago from Canada? So, just an understanding of what type of assumptions are made or sensitivities on significant outages that could occur during the peak hour.
So, a couple of answers here. One is that market analytics does have stochastic outages in it, stochastic meaning random. But that's dealing with smaller outages. It's not the idea of what if we had an enormous reliability concerning outage. But it does have, as part of the modeling, there is stochastic outages in consideration. In terms of large-scale outages, I think that would have to be modeled as a sensitivity to the results, and that was not one of the sensitivities that we included. To give you more detail about the hows and the whys, I think we'd have to bring on our market analytics modeler who can really, dig down and give you those very specific details, and she's not with us today. But if there are questions that are beyond what Pat and I can answer about market analytics, we can set up an email exchange or what have you. Pat, do you want to say anything else about outages?
I would just say that we've kept them constant between all the different scenarios, so you're not seeing in one scenario certain units being out, and in another scenario many more units being out. Once the market analytics rolls its dice to figure out which units are out, we keep that same dice roll for all of the different scenarios.
Larry Allen, Next Step Living. Thank you for all this. Just some recent comments brought a couple questions to mind. You mentioned price spikes between now and 2020, given the short-term dynamics in the market. And I'm curious, were those price spikes included at all in the feasibility analysis, and is there going to be data provided that allows us to understand the magnitude of those expected price spikes and how they compare to the potential cost of the options considered on the feasibility side, such as solar?
In terms of will it be provided, yes. So both we discussed the price spikes and there's a figure on them in the report showing their scale. My understanding from Meg is that all of our, I guess not every last little spreadsheet that we ever touched, but our major spreadsheets are all going to be released. And so you can see a lot of that in there. The price spikes are not in the feasibility analysis. The feasibility analysis is using the Henry Hub without the spike. And the feasibility analysis focuses on annual results.
Okay, just a process question then. If these documents will be released, I'd request that we have enough time to review them and make comments once we've had a chance to review them. We might not be able to review them in the 3 days as mentioned in the materials, that sort of thing.
Yeah, the spreadsheets are going to be made available tomorrow. We still want to have the deadline of comments due by 2 o'clock on Monday. We're still working under, a target of getting the report posted. But I'm saying that in that we still need to have that deadline, but I'm not telling you not to submit comments if you can't get them in by 2 o'clock on Monday.
Thanks, James Bailey and you. Just looking at the scenarios and the results that came out of them. So scenario 2 is status quo with low gas prices, but it seems to be unrealistic in how you get to low gas prices without adding capacity to the system. So that wouldn't seem very realistic. If I go to scenario 3, which is the base case with high gas prices, seems like that's where we are right now. And the observation is that based on your numbers, it's costing the region over $5 billion in the study. The other one of interest is scenario 7, which is low demand, even in the low demand scenario with high gas prices, which without additional capacity would also seem realistic. It's going to cost the region $6.2 billion. So the scenarios that seem possible seem to be very expensive for the region. That's just an observation.
And Leo, you might want to comment on this. I think we should distinguish between the gas price itself and the basis.
Yeah, the different price projections that we're looking at are really based on, it's an annual price and it's a commodity price. But we also look at the on-peak prices that spike as a result of the basis differentials. So it's really two different pricing structures that we're looking at. And in terms of the capacity, it's really the basis differential that's driving the capacity charge. Okay, so I think we have that covered.
Yeah. So in all scenarios from 2015 to 2019, we do see that spiky price, that increased basis differential. It's in all of the scenarios.
Mary,
In my head, I'm working my way.
Mary O'Donnell, No Fossil Fuel. Haskell said that one of your charts before that had the blue underneath, the yellow was on top, and different things weren't in it, and the bottom was you didn't include or red, whatever. Yeah, the red. does not include a solar or wind, is that so? So none of the scenarios we're talking about include alternative or sustainable energy, is that so?
Can you go to the one that sums them up? And so this is going to be a little different between the different gas prices, right? But this is the one for the reference gas price. And this shows you the resources that are in each of the 3 years that we examined. So can you remember, did anything make it in?
Yeah, so I mean, next to the microphone. So first of all, this is all incremental to the base case, and in the base case, we've got assumptions about Massachusetts RPS being met in every single scenario. So there are renewable technologies even in the base case in every single scenario. Then on top of that, for the 4 low demand scenarios, we've got things like, I'm just pulling out of this text here, in 2030 there's commercial PV. Just trying to scan through.
But not till 2030, oh yeah, let me ask you a different kind of question. Has anybody looked at how much land is owned by the federal government and the state of Massachusetts, that could take another look at putting solar and wind and other renewable sustainables on land that the legislature in 10 seconds can get it online with no impact or very low impact financially, because business will take care of the rest?
The costs that we're looking at here they're not distinguishing between who's going to pay for them. So we're looking at costs to the state, whether a household pays for it or a business pays for it or the state pays for part of it with an SREC. These are just the costs to the state.
Can I just,
Is it a comment or a question? Because we have a lot of questions.
Oh, okay, is it a comment?
You'll hold the comments, because we're going to take comments later.
No, it's a question. Get over here. And so, has anybody looked at that land? Is that possible? Because it could be a very important, because here's what I get from this, and if I'm right or wrong. Is this a foregone conclusion that the pipeline is coming in and the power lines are coming in? That's what I hear, and I don't hear a lot of looking at alternatives, which I'm really interested in for local jobs and local business and all that stuff.
So Mary,
Questions I could get.
so the question about, all of the lands, and I would have to double check on that. I'm not aware that that's been done, but I don't want to definitively say it has not been done, so I'd have to check on that. And nothing is a foregone conclusion here. This was a study that was done, and to provide information for policymakers. And so it's providing information, providing data, but nothing is a foregone conclusion here.
Hi, Ben D'Antonio, UNESCO. I have a question for Dr. Stanton, and I'm hoping to use charts 28 and 14. What I'd like to do here is put forth a hypothetical and see if I'm interpreting the results fairly. So if we start on 28, please. I'll start with a couple of premises. If I understand the results correctly, under all the scenarios, there was still a deficit that ranged from approximately 0.6 BCF to 0.8 BCF under all scenarios.
For 2020, yes.
Yep, for 2020. And if we understand the difference between 5 and 1 and 8 and 5, is it fair to say, based on that range, that the measures included in the low demand scenario effectuated maybe 100 MMCF or 0.1 BCF of deficit relief? And if so, would you then...
For 2020, yeah.
For 2020. And then for scenario 8, if you add in the hydro or the transmission, maybe another 100. So you start from the top of the range at the BAU, and then you add the cost-effective alternatives and the hydro, get you down to about 0.6. If that's... we're still doing okay?
We're in the range. I mean, I think that
Yeah,
0.1 for each would be a good eyeball. You get more in 2030.
Very, very rough. Yeah. Great. Now, Pat, can we go to 14? Here's my thing that I'm hoping you'll tell me if I'm way off. For 2020, I understand these supply curves. The width of them is how much gas displacement could be effectuated by these alternative measures. And if we took the blue and the low demand, hypothetically, that resulted in about 100.1 BCF of deficit reduction. Here's my question. If we added all of it, take all the red stuff too, eyeball that looks about double, maybe a little more than double, is it therefore a fair interpretation of the analysis to say that if you threw everything at it, all the alternatives, including the hydro, you're looking at maybe, instead of 200, you're looking at maybe 300, maybe 350 in deficit relief?
I would say that you also have to take in, if you wanted to say that, you have to start by saying that this in fact is all that you can get. If you're saying it's an all-in, then you mean all in of this. This is what we had said was technically and practically feasible in that year. So, I think that maybe the technically isn't a little bit malleable, but the practically probably is. But given that as a starting point, then yeah, you wouldn't expect the modeling to come out exactly like this because it's more complicated when you do it. And the other problem with that, though, I'm going to take that back, that no, you can't do it that way, even as a ballpark, because this is annual. These are annual savings. And what we're looking at to figure out what our pipeline constraint, what the gas capacity constraint is and how much pipeline incremental is being added, is the winter peak. And the two things don't map onto each other very well. There's something like that you could do, but it doesn't map off of this one.
So if the annual doesn't map to the peak very well, would you say that 300 in relief was a little high or a little low?
Yeah, I couldn't say because each measure is different. You know, for each measure, there's a different answer to what's the relationship between annual and peak. There isn't some ratio that applies to all measures.
I understand. Thank you.
No question.
Yes, Rob Rand, Neshoba Trust. I have a sort of a general question about your demand, and maybe if you go back to the slide with the light blue things on the top, and this may be directed more, say, Meg, to go back. No, the little bars, the light blue.
Like slide 29.
Yeah, so what are you basing that, I mean, I'm kind of impressed that the electrical system demand remains constant all the way out to 2030. What are you basing that on? That's ISO in your caveat?
So this isn't electrical demand, this is the electric system's requirements for gas in Massachusetts, right?
Yeah, but why?
It's the requirements for gas in Massachusetts in the winter peak.
So that's their demand. But what if the amount of electricity that Massachusetts uses declines? What will they still be demanding all that gas?
So already included in here is the effective energy efficiency, right? The expected effective energy efficiency.
You haven't included alternatives like solar and wind.
Right, and that would change this.
And that's based on your economics. But my question is in the demand. Is the demand the economics of what keeps demand up, or is it, I mean, if I put up a bunch of solar panels and cut my electricity in half, and over 20 years I'm going to save a lot of money. The panels are going to be paid off and I'm going to lower electricity bill. But all that time, the electric demand goes down, especially during the peak. So is that counted in this? What individuals are doing to lower electricity demand during the peak hours?
What is counted are the expected impacts from the various state programs. And some of what individuals are doing is related to incentives from state programs. You could also have voluntary measures that individuals were taking totally aside from state incentives, and those are not, I mean, yeah, it's not captured.
I know, it should be captured. I know one person already who has put up panels and will lower his electricity rate. I know 3 others who have asked me, with or without government incentives, they're doing it because they're going to save money. And why wouldn't they? So is that estimated or counted? That's something DOER needs to look at when they think about, do we need this gas to meet demand? Because we may not have any demand. We're gonna have a lot less.
Right, so, yeah, one sec. So, we want to keep in mind that the current levels of adoption of solar panels are in. They're in the base case, right? And that's for the next, 5 years or 10 years or however long it is, the expected level of adoption. It's a pretty big increase. It's another, big boost to the previous SREC program. That's in there in the base case. What isn't in there is additional adoption of solar beyond SREC 2.
Right, that's right. That's a big.
I just wanted to tackle the electric demand, or demand for electricity, which is not here. That little light blue thing should say electric system gas demand. The amount of gas the electric system needs. Now, I believe in all scenarios, and I know in the
Isn't it connected to?
It's absolutely related. It has the state wants.
what I want to say is that the demand for electricity, I believe in all cases, is on a downward path. In the base case and all the others. The actual demand for electricity. But the amount of gas needed to supply electricity is not.
Right. So this chart is about gas requirements, right? This is a figure that's showing gas. And it shows all of the different kinds of demand for Massachusetts for gas, including electric system demand for gas. Okay? And so in order to get there, to figure out what are the gas generators in Massachusetts going to be requiring for gas, we start by modeling all of New England and New York and part of Canada to figure out where our demand for electricity in Massachusetts and New England, where is that going to come from? What generators will be running? What generators will not be running? What are the emissions that will come from that? It's a complicated model to look at more or less how that actually happens. Not exactly. What they're doing over at the ISO is more complicated than our model, but it gets the idea of economic dispatch. Okay? So that's what's being shown there. In terms of that kind of demand, if we're talking about demand for electricity, then we have the forecast that comes from the ISO. We backed out energy efficiency from that to say, what does this look like if you don't take new energy efficiency policies into it? And then we put in, for all 6 states in New England, what the actual program administrators of energy efficiency programs are expecting to see in terms of new energy efficiency. And that's what the electric demand is. So, and that could, those are projections going out into the future. They could be different. Part of how you expect them to be different, though, is the energy efficiency, right? When we say, oh, but we could use less energy, that's the energy efficiency that we're trying to model there. Now, that band of energy efficiency could be smaller or greater than what the program administrators are expecting for the base case, or then the addition on that was considered by DOER in the low demand case. That amount of energy efficiency, and these are both things that are spurred by public policy and individual actions that people take. That energy efficiency takes up both of those things, could be smaller or larger, certainly.
Liz, just to correct me if I'm wrong, but we're referring here to the peak hour demand, and with regard to solar, the peak hour demand for natural gas occurs in the evening in the winter, which there would be no solar generation during that time. That was my understanding.
Yeah, good point on the solar. So, yeah, our peak hour is 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, Pat? 5? 6 o'clock on a winter evening. That's when our peak hour falls. So, while there's certainly a lot of benefits to solar, and that issue of that the solar peak is offset from the load peak, that doesn't come into our feasibility analysis. We're just looking in annual terms there. In annual terms, what are the net costs of these different resources in order to either include them or not include them. But it certainly does come into effect when we do our modeling at winter peak to see what happens on this hour.
So it's noon right now. I'm going to go till 12:15. I'm going to take 10 more minutes of questions in the room. I already have a big queue. And then I'm taking 5 minutes on the phone as promised. So Mark, you were next.
Hi, I wonder, could you flip to one of the slides that has net present value on it?
That's it.
This?
Yeah, that's fine. So I'm just wondering if you could do numbers, not necessarily now, but for when you release more documents that puts these numbers in perspective, because I don't have a sense of how these compare to total natural gas system and electric system net present value over the same time period. I just can't figure out what the scale is, how much this is really meaning.
And there's a reason that we're doing them. Oh, sorry. There's a reason. Thank you.
That we're doing them in that way, where we're doing them as a delta from the base case. And this is kind of a classic problem in this kind of analysis, is that if you want to be able to say, here is a base scenario and here is an alternative scenario, and the alternative scenario is 10% more costly than the base case scenario, then you need to know all, like a total comprehensive accounting of costs. And very often what analysis is doing is just picking up costs that are differences, things that change from one to the other. And the same thing happens here, that we don't have a good way of saying what are all of the costs that are related to electric and gas system. We don't have all of those costs to say. That would be an additional analysis that we didn't do here. And so what we're keeping our eyes on are just the cost differences. So we can't provide that without additional analysis.
Thank you. Arnold Piacentini from Richmond. Usually when I come to meetings in Boston, I get the award for the longest distance traveler. I live right on the Richmond border, right on the New York border. I have two questions. Dr. Jonathan here has said no speeches, so I'll save my speeches for later. The two questions result to the use of frack gas, and from a cost viewpoint and then from a greenhouse gas viewpoint. On that slide there that you showed initially, where you have a line between the red and, was it blue or green? That line can change based on what assumptions you use for your gas model. And we haven't really inspected that model very much at all, in fact. And I have two questions. To what extent have you included the collateral costs for using frack gas? And I'm referring to the cost on the environment that are transferred to society on air quality, water quality, drinking water quality, food, and the adherent effect that has on public health and the costs associated with the public health. And in addition to that, the destruction in the value of personal property taxes. To what extent have you included those real costs?
Those costs are not included in this modeling.
I have one more question. On the greenhouse gas effect, okay, those of us who have looked at the transmission of frack gas know very well that there are large leakages of methane and purposeful releases of methane to the atmosphere in the transmission process. To what extent have you included those leakages?
Those leakages are not included, and there are no life cycle effects included for any resources.
Okay. Now, in addition, no, this is part B of the second question. You just answered part A. Part B is, to the extent that there is somewhere in your study a recognition of the fact that there are methane releases, to what extent have you included the fact that methane is a much more powerful gas than carbon dioxide, and have included those effects in your Greenhouse Gas Global Warming Solutions Act targets or reality?
So in our caveats, which are reported in the slides. So if you look at the detailed version of the caveats in the slides, we do have a caveat that mentions fracking and the environmental effects associated with it. And we do have a different caveat that mentions life cycle emissions, leakages of methane. The caveat about leakages of methane does not specifically note the differences in the global warming potential between methane and carbon dioxide.
Thank you.
Hi, Kathy Buckley, Westwood Environmental Action Committee. I just want a short clarification question and then another. So as far as the Global Warming Solutions Act is concerned, none of these scenarios are legal, is that correct?
Correct. None of the scenarios comply with the Global Warming Solutions Act for these two sectors.
My question is, you base the demand based on estimates from the industry, which may be high because they want to be safe or whatever they want. Did you do a check comparing those estimates to historic weather data?
We did not do any kind of verification check on the demand projections that were supplied to us by the utilities or by ISO.
Hi, Heather Klish from the Appalachian Mountain Club. I have a quick question about the emissions caveat around hydro. I think I heard you say that it's calculated at 0 because that's approximately what market analytics places on the emissions from the Canadian system. So is there an additional caveat that it assumes that bringing in 2,400 megawatts of Canadian transmission would require no new facilities to be built?
Say that one more time.
Well, I'm thinking about the caveat that places a 0. It says emissions from the Canadian system, carbon emissions from the Canadian system would be 0. And I guess I'm wondering, does that assume then that the Canadian system, let me phrase it another way, has enough capacity, the existing facilities have enough capacity to provide 2,400 megawatts of power without additional reservoir facilities?
So there are two things here that come into the model quite separately, and I'll address both of them. In terms of the emissions coming from Canada, in the numbers that you see, those emissions have that generation has 0 emissions, and we did test it to see would that change, within the decimal places shown here, given the actual emissions rate. When we did that test, we used the emissions rate for a recent historical year, and we kept it constant going throughout. So we didn't do any examination of how the emissions rate of Quebec, for the system of Quebec, was expected to change over time. Secondly, thinking about the sufficiency of resources from Quebec in terms of providing generation on the new 2,400 megawatt lines, we did look into this in detail. Given the information that is available, it was our conclusion that that those resources would be sufficient. There's a lot of evidence that the resources would be sufficient. We can't say for sure what's going to happen in the future, but it certainly looked to us in our analysis like we were able to say with some confidence that if the lines were built, the power would be there to supply them. Now, we did take into consideration specific capacity factors for specific parts of the year. We're not expecting there to be 100% capacity factor every day or every hour of the year. We're using what we consider realistic assumptions based on the existing lines from Canada, based on other considerations. But in general terms, there would be power to supply.
Larry Cretion, Mass Energy. So scenarios 4 and 8 looked at hydro or Canadian transmission. How did your modeling for those scenarios compare to the results? You did a study for DOER, I think in 2013, known as the hydro memo, that described the benefits of hydro at that time. Is there a difference in terms of net benefits to Massachusetts from now compared to that report?
We didn't examine that. I mean, there'd be a lot of things that were different from one to the other, so it's not as if there were just one change and you could say, you could look at them side by side in that way. The transmission costs are the same from both. In that study looks at the possibility of 3 lines. We're using the transmission costs for the first 2 of those here that are the less expensive of the 3, but also the 2 that can come online. But we haven't done a comparison like that, and it wouldn't be possible to do a direct one. It would have to be more complicated than that.
I'm going to check in with people to see if there were questions on the phone. I know there's some more in the room, but it's 10 after.
You have a question on the phone?
Yep, go ahead. Go ahead.
Jim Stanzoni from the National Grid. Just a couple of clarifying questions. Is slide 29 preliminary peak hour natural gas demand, I guess for the Massachusetts region? I just want to make sure I understand. When you have the vaporization line there, that includes the LDC LNG vaporization, and the question is, are you assuming that's available for power generation in New England in this slide?
So, Leo, do you want to take that?
Now, the LDC vaporization capacity is
Can
only...
you please speak up? I can't hear you.
Speak into that.
Okay. The LDC vaporization capacity is only available to meet LDC loads. It's not available to meet electric generation loads. The only vaporization capacity that's available for electric generation is from district gas.
Did you have another question?
Yeah, looking for the slide, number 27, where you go through this table. I'm looking across here, and I'm looking at the non-contracted balancing. And so when you have incremental pipeline, is that what you're modeling as a deficiency to meet the demand going forward? Is that what I'm to assume?
Yeah. Actually, would you mind restating your question? I'm not quite sure I understood what you're asking.
Okay, slide 27, you have a table there, preliminary peak hour balancing for the base case.
Mm-hmm.
And you go through heating demand, heating balancing, etc. All the way over to the right side, under the non-contracted balancing, you have a column titled Incremental Pipeline, starts in 2020. Is this what you're modeling as incremental pipeline in general to be needed to meet the electric demand?
Yes, that's correct. This column, incremental pipeline, represents the incremental pipeline that we're adding in each scenario. And the incremental pipeline can be added in discrete increments. So I can't read the number on this slide because of where I am in the room, but these numbers can vary in chunks, essentially. So they go up and down in each scenario and year to year in discrete amounts of, I think, 4.1 billion BTUs per peak hour.
So let me ask, does anybody else on the phone have a question?
Yes, Sally Pick, MCC Environmental Consulting. One request for those of us on the phone, if when you're talking, if you could name which slide you're talking about, that would be helpful. Also, looking at slide number 29, the solid line says existing and planned pipeline. I'm wondering what planned pipeline, how you define planned.
So in this situation, the planned pipeline refers to the Algonquin pipeline, which is currently under construction and will be coming online in the next few years. It's known to be a pipeline that will be added.
Any other questions on the phone? Okay, it's a quarter after. Let me just check in. We've got about 6 or 7 more questions in the room. that's gonna take at least another 15 minutes, which means you'd have an hour for lunch. Should we break now? Or do people who want to ask questions, who still really wants to ask a question now? And Synapse can stay for a few minutes while you're clearing the room. So you still want to ask your question? And you still want to, okay, so their hands have been up for a while, so let me just at least go to, 1, 2, 3, and then we'll break for lunch, because they were in their second group.
Hi, this is Arielle Elon from Montague. My questions that have been directed to Synapse really have mostly gone back to the original design of the study, so I'm going to direct them to you, Acting Commissioner Lusardi. So this has to do, could we put up the slide that has the blue resources, the ones that are as expensive or less expensive than adding more natural gas in your analysis, and the red ones, which are in a different column, but they include a lot of resources that most of us who have been interested in alternatives to additional natural gas for the region, all these really rich and growing resources that we're very excited about. So the question really is to the DOER, why have we not received from this study at least a couple of scenarios that are not cost eliminative? In other words, put all of this, heat pumps, geothermal, tidal power, biomass, wind small and large, expansion of photovoltaics, all of the just wonderful additional resources that a lot of us, why aren't we seeing models that really reflect how close can we get to the proposed electrical need if we are cost blind to these, and then we can have a public policy discussion as to all of the costs, all of the benefits, and what do we really want as a state. This is what the people who met with Governor Patrick, who originally authorized this study in the middle of the summer, this is what we thought we were getting.
Thanks for your question. So we were tasked with doing a study that looked at whether or not we needed any additional natural gas, and also in looking at that, taking into consideration reliability and costs, as well as environmental considerations. So we're tasked with taking into account costs. And there's an economic threshold here, that is selected. And one of the things I like about this table is that it clearly shows, all of the resources and where they fall in relation to that economic threshold. So, this is another piece of information, for policymakers when you look at this. I think it's one of the things that's stated in the caveats that, if there are more, incentive programs for some of the things that are in the red zone, they could potentially make it into this, across on the other side of the economic threshold. A different economic threshold could also change what makes it in. But we selected an economic threshold that we thought made sense, which is, the cost of the build-out of additional pipeline. But we were tasked with a study that did take into account all of these things. And we also, had time constraints and capacity constraints in the amount of time that we were working in. But I think, the information presented here helps to, inform policymakers around, the potential for including additional clean energy technologies.
So again, we're going to take your comments later, so this is really clarifying questions so we could break for lunch, so we can get you all together to think about what's going on.
Thank you. My name is Ken Berthium from North Quabbin Pipeline Action Team. Just a clarifying question on the electric gas generation. Is that been accounted for just in New England, or I thought I heard you say that there was also excess, or the gas generation was taken from places like New York?
So there's two different things. One is considering how New England will supply its electric demand. And in that model of how will New England supply its electric demand, we consider all the resources that go into that. So all of the generating resources in New England and also the regions that import into New England. In terms of the gas demand, the gas requirement from generation that goes into our gas modeling, that's Massachusetts only. For Massachusetts generators that are physically located in Massachusetts.
So it's a subset of the entire system that's modeled.
I would like to speak to you offline about that afterwards. That makes absolutely no sense. I don't know how you can segregate that.
We're going to take the comments later. We're going to take this all later. Schedule and stuff.
Hi, you mentioned that, Dave Maloney from NH Pipeline Awareness, and you mentioned that there would be a study conducted in Massachusetts that was going to discuss the impact of gas leakages on, which would affect the greenhouse gas emissions equation for this. And I assume that that study is probably going to only look at what kind of emissions happen in Massachusetts along distribution lines, that sort of thing. I know we're harping back to an old question, which is why aren't we considering, CH4 methane emissions in this study? And the question in my mind is that IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change, sets that figure, at least even though it's erroneously low, they do set a figure at 34-1 for emissions rates. And we also know that if you count all the emissions rates, not just the ones from distribution lines in Massachusetts, that you can see that there's fugitive gas rates that are somewhere between 3% and 9% throughout the system when you go all the way from wellhead to burner tip. And those numbers are very well established, not to mention a lot of great studies out of Cornell University that have demonstrated these numbers in facts and figures. And so the question is, why are you waiting for a Massachusetts distribution line study on gas emissions when you have the fugitive numbers that you need and all the factorization at a global level telling you how to factor that in?
So, I understand the question. So I think there's a couple of things here. One is with the gas leakage study that I understand to currently be underway in terms of patching gas leaks. There is more than one thing that could come from that. And one is that, is it the case that if you patched leaks in Massachusetts that it could reduce our gas usage, could reduce the use of natural gas? And so it depends on what that study says. I mean, it's both the extent of those leaks and the potential for patching them. Right? So I think we'll all be looking out to see what that study has to say about it. On the other side, on the emissions side, there is the potential for that study or to glean from other information what the emissions effects are from fugitive gases. However, there's another consideration to take in here, which is the Massachusetts greenhouse gas inventory and the method for calculating that inventory. And so I would question whether if we had a figure from fugitive gases, whether the current methodology for that inventory would necessarily include it.
Just to follow up on that.
I'm not allowing because we have to be out of the room at 3:30 and we really want to get your organized comments back and your additional questions. So I know there are other questions. Sorry, I mean you can come up and ask Liz after the one or two that I didn't get to. But we're going to break until 1:30, so you have a little over an hour. The weather's nice. There are places in this building downstairs, outside. The food trucks are all in the courtyard there. Not the courtyard, but the greenway. When we come back, we'll have the environmental citizen interest in that corner and the gas electricity folks in that corner. We'll give you about an hour to talk with each other about what you heard this morning. I've been hearing along the way, come back with some comments and additional questions, so we'll have another chance, okay? So we'll see you all at 1:30.
I need to get in my own box.
And think about what kind of feedback you want to give. And you may, given the short timeline, that's the 23rd, you should also maybe think of next steps that should be taken like beyond the report, and any questions that you have. Thanks for asking.
All right. Do we want to, Rosemary just sent around two pieces of paper. If you could just put your name, your organization, and your contact info on it, that would be great. And where shall we begin? First impressions?
I used to have a question. Do you have any spies on the other side?
Is there any spies here?
Send a camera.
They wouldn't say, so we can ignore that.
They should say John Carlton-Foss over just to take a pass. Pass. So why don't we just go around and
Let's do it. Affiliation.
then okay, start. Buckley, Westwood, Environmental Action, Environmental Defense Funds here. Please, mothers out front. Climate.
Haskell Merlin, Solar Design Associates of Harvard, Mass., and the Massachusetts Solar Policy Council, Mass Solar.
Eugenia Gibbons, Mass Energy Consumers Alliance.
Mark Breslow, consultant.
Carlton-Foss, Richmond, fighting pipelines through many different organizations, very active in 350 Mass, Berkshire Node.
Heather Closh, Appalachian Mountain Club.
Michael Furnett, No Fossil Fuel. Pat Wallace, Northeast Energy Efficiency Partnerships. Ed Wall, Sierra Club.
Larry Cretion, Mass Energy Consumers Alliance.
Jeffrey Grout, Stop Pipeline Coordinator.
Trace Wesson, No Frack Gas and Mass Plan.
Kathy Christopherson, National Conservation Commissioner, and Stop Bank.
Put you on?
Yeah.
I think there's some wait a minute.
Ari Allen, you passionately interested in a future that is renewable and decentralized as quickly as we can.
Could you speak up?
Gary O'Donnell, No Fossil Fuel.
Peter Shattuck, Acadia Center.
Amber Hewitt, National Wildlife Federation.
Josh Kraft, Environmental League of Massachusetts.
Dorian Sosnick Williams, Better Future Project. Burl Hartman, Environmental Entrepreneurs.
I've been had.
John Carl, you're up.
John Carlton-Foss, Climate Action Citizens.
And could you, before you finish, just take one little swipe of the enemies over there with that?
So we have until when?
You said an hour.
1 hour?
All right, it's 1:36. We have about an hour to capture first impressions, thoughts, and also we have a discussion about next steps. So do we want to start with first impressions and what your reaction is to what you saw this morning?
Total betrayal.
Well, how about, can we ground it a little more, as you say,
Just add two more.
deficiencies? Start with like things that are clearly ways that this needs to be qualified,
Yeah.
and then, maybe then get into next steps. So I'll just try to kick it off. I mean, I think the first thing to always keep in mind is that this is just Massachusetts.
I wouldn't limit your first three responses to deficiencies alone. So,
Well, let's hear.
Go ahead.
Good place to start. So this is just Massachusetts, and complicated that it's impacted by retirements that happen outside of the state. For example, when Vermont Yankee shuts down, that increases the demand across the system, but we're not looking at potential for savings in other states. So particularly other states that have smaller natural gas distribution systems, they would effectively increase demand less than they would provide more savings potential. So I think the takeaway is, this is interesting information to have for Massachusetts. It's now a model for what the region needs to do as a whole.
And ISO is a regional organization.
Yeah, ISO, UNESCO, that whole process. And then
Supply solutions have long been procured on a regional basis. We should be looking to procure demand solutions in the same way, in which case I think you have to model them for outside Massachusetts as well.
And one important technical point, I think, is that there are 2 liquefied natural gas import facilities offshore, off the north shore of Massachusetts, that are not included here. And my read, and I had to leave a little early, but is when they show that demand, they're really just a couple years where there's a crunch. So I think it feeds back into the argument, you know, if you're talking about really just meeting a demand crunch for a couple of years, when you weigh risk and when you weigh the potential for gas prices to be higher, it makes sense to evaluate using those.
Those are import-only facilities.
Import-only
Currently.
facilities.
Just one is Gloucester, and where is the other?
It's up there as well.
Just a quick one on that, Peter. The Northeast Gateway is still active, but the Neptune Deepwater Port just this past summer received approval by the U.S. Maritime Administration to suspend operations for 5 years. So I don't know what that would take to get it back. But it is still there.
I asked Liz about that very question about LNG just before we came in here, and her answer was that the LNG price in Europe is so much higher that it is, unless you wanted to pay that price, which makes it, which I'd be willing to pay, but nevertheless, according to their numbers, makes it impossible to obtain that gas because the price in Europe is so much higher.
But they're probably not accounting for the fact that oil prices have just tanked and LNG prices are indexed to oil.
Oh, that's
true. Whatever, if they're
that's
right now it's down to
brilliant.
$9 an MMBTU when it used to be 14 to 22.
Yes.
That's because of oil prices.
So they're not including Canaport either, which is the Canadian.
Right.
And we take it one step further.
Really good.
From Burl's point, the price of oil going from 100 a barrel to 60 a barrel makes oil as a secondary fuel for dual-use fuel generators to use number 2 fuel oil much more affordably this year than last year. So the price shocks that we're hit with this year are a result of high oil prices last year.
Those were the two resources that I asked her about, was LNG and oil. And the oil answer was, if I got it right, was that not that many plants are equipped to actually use oil, even if it were available.
I think I want more specific, because
I don't know.
There's a sandwich plant that's at 5% capacity.
That's all I'm saying is what she said.
Most of the plants coming online are being instructed to be dual fuel.
Yeah.
Can we look at this as a 3-concept problem? One is we have a pipeline that has certain capacity, and they want to expand the capacity to meet a certain peak need, not just 1 minute, but maybe 30, 40 days of peak. Number 2, if we shave the demand for gas generally, we could go ahead and reduce the need for that increased capacity so that the existing capacity includes that 40 days of peak if we have enough there. And number 3, to go ahead and have that increased capacity, it costs us so much to build the pipeline, the expanded pipeline, and you've got a peak of gas price during that 40 days when gas is sensitive, and to take that cost, see what that is, and then see what it would cost, what could you use that for to build alternative storage or other facilities and amortize that over 20 or 30 years and see where that comes to. They haven't done that analysis. In other words, they haven't said it only costs us X extra dollars to go ahead and buy that gas during that peak. If we put that into a storage facility, what will that do to the need for future gas? And what Dr. Stanton said was, we weren't able to model the impact of that scenario on the existing price of gas, so we didn't model it. So if they model that would be very useful, because you're basically diverting what we pay as consumers into an investment into a storage facility that would reduce the need for that decreased capacity.
On your proposition,
Excuse me?
are you wanting to evaluate this in terms of the immediate cost of the gas during the peak period? Are you going to figure in the capital cost of the pipeline to supply it?
Capital cost, the expansion too.
Thank you.
Yeah, you do both. And remember, that increased cost of gas is year by year by year by year. So you've got 20 years of increased cost plus the initial capital cost. But they haven't been able to go ahead and refine that analysis. They say they can't predict the cost of the gas, what that would have on the cost of the gas, because the cost of gas on an annual basis is averaged over using that peak period.
I didn't hear anything about what it was going to cost to build it, who was going to pay for it. And when they ship it overseas into Asia, what's that going to do to our price? So they're going to build this extra capacity that we're going to pay for to ship it outside, and our prices are going to go up. It doesn't make any sense. And where is that you're saying, who analyzed what are the possibilities? The sandwich is running at 20%, that's a gas-fired plant, as I understand it. I mean, oil, excuse me, it's oil.
Oil and gas are linked, so.
Well, so it's a dual, which is even better. So where is that into the study? Why don't we use the capacity that we already have in-house? Okay, the other thing is that how much capacity are we really talking about? We're talking about, I only know in megawatts. How many megawatts are we short for how long? That's what I want to know. Does anybody know that answer? I would love to know that.
That's, we asked for that last time. We asked for them to convert it to megawatts.
Well, I need it, because if it's 1,000 megawatts, we can figure that out, and we can do it locally, and we can do it relatively cheaply. And the last thing I'm going to say is, how about the real cost? They're doing all these costs. Nobody's adding what the real cost is. In other words, what it's going to cost us to build it, number one. How much does it cost when they pollute? This guy said it. How about the fracking? How about now New York is about to pass a law where you can no longer frack in New York. Okay. At some point, the rest of the states are going to get smart, and they're not going to frack either. Now where are they going to get their big gas push? And who's going to fill that? So, and what is the cost of killing our kids?
They say there's oversupply of gas in Pennsylvania. So
One way we can reflect this practically in the comments is, let's ask them, so they have these net benefit and cost under the different scenarios, but if they could provide the information in the separate components. So what's the benefit, what's the cost? Right. And at least you can get that number, the cost of the pipeline capacity.
Could I make a suggestion? We don't have much time. There's a lot of people that we have a stacker if you want to be the stacker, so people can raise their hand if they want to talk. We don't get into a problem-solving discussion, so everybody has a chance to reflect on what they heard this morning. Otherwise, the hour's going to go by, and there's a lot of people that probably would not have had an opportunity to give their opinion.
Good idea.
Well, they're going to want us to speak as a group.
So,
we have so many
So, could I say something? I think we should structure our thinking around two different things. One is, what are the deficiencies that we see in the study, and how would they change the results?
4 days.
And yeah, okay, but still, we can get some big picture things. What are the deficiencies? And then the second thing we have to think about is they're not going to change their numbers. They're not going to run any more models. We have to think about how we're going to spin these numbers in a way that shows we don't really need a pipeline.
Great point, Burl.
Yeah.
I think that's a good entry point for what I want to say. They're all going to put this 200-page report out, right? The caveats that they discussed in here, like only 3 natural gas price sensitivities modeled, impact of gas exports not considered. I want all these caveats in bold, right up in the front in the report, that these are the caveats, so that educated consumers can make the idea for themselves, well, we know all these things are going to happen, and they're going to impact their model. We can do those old calculations in our head. Maybe not to the way we wanted to have it happen, but at least it's all out front for everybody to see in this transparency process. So I think that's a good start, is to make sure that in their report the caveats are all bolded, and some of the deficiencies with their own caveats.
And I think also a sense of how important those caveats are. These aren't simple, minor, offhand things. They are fundamental framing problems.
Correct.
Like those, for the first of all, this entire analysis is based on winter peak hour demand. And I went up and I asked them how often that happens. They say they don't know. They're not actually predicting how likely that is going to happen.
Right.
They're just assuming that there's a possibility that after a 12-day cold snap that we'll get that. But I would be really interested if we took the same thinking to climate change in terms of the worst case scenario, but not the likelihood if we reacted at this level of intensive investment, how would things change, right? But the entire framing of the conversation is wrong.
The actual data on the peak demand is, for the past 3 years, 10 to 28 days per year, 4 hours per day. So it is pretty minor.
Very minor.
It's nothing,
And how can
right?
demand response play a role so that, like what Enernoc does for industrial clients that we could do societally? So we could say, it's a peak demand day, please turn your thermostats down by 5 degrees. They're like,
And every
Well,
year.
you
How
know-
about this, if they make 11% on top of the price of that? That's really what this is all about. Utilities will spend $3 billion doing this, or whatever the astronomical numbers. They get a chance to build it and their profit and their cost, plus they get an 11% by the feds profit.
So I'm gonna Burl and then Ario.
I think we need to really look right now, over time, your points are really well taken, but right now we got to look at what are the deficiencies in the report that we can say bing, bing, bing. So, is Jim O'Reilly here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so talk about how we're undercounting efficiency.
You're not doing life cycle method.
The short answer is that there's a seemingly arbitrary number that's been derived by the DOER staff to estimate the potential. And the terms feasible and practical really usually don't find their way into technical potential analysis of energy efficiency potential. So, Larry made the point that of those blue wedges we saw, they only go a certain width, and we see how cost effective they are, in some cases being so offsetting and economically beneficial that we should be getting a lot more of it. Why aren't we? Because they decided arbitrarily we're going to halt it here. And so it has to be called out that there's far more potential for efficiency than is being scratched in the surface of this particular analysis.
I'll just add to that. It's I know it's Christmas and Hanukkah time, but it stopped being nice in some ways. When he said they, really the administration told Synapse to limit the size, quantity of energy efficiency.
Yeah, it wasn't Synapse.
We can just call it out. The administration, as part of the analysis, was Synapse was constrained by what they could model.
Correct.
Do we know that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, they only modeled what they were told to model.
Yeah.
So is it the case that another, and I need expert help here, they picked a number to make the black line between the red and the blue, the cost effective and the not cost effective.
Exactly.
So where did that number come from?
They had two numbers that they proposed last time. One of them was an 80% annual utilization rate. One was a 20% annual utilization rate. At the 20% rate, a lot more resources clear.
Yeah, so how did they get from, it's a big difference between 20% and 80%.
Yes, it is.
Why did they pick the 80%?
I think some of that is, and I tried to get at this in the question, they can, through their own crystal ball, determine that they're only building as much pipeline as is truly needed, but in the real world, that doesn't happen that way. You have to, you're making some guesswork. So if a pipeline ended up not being as filled, as utilized, because either gas prices come up or other technology costs come down, the price is eroded, the cost effectiveness is eroded, and a lot more alternatives become more cost effective.
So what do you call that price? The cost-effective price, or no, that's not cost-effective.
They've assumed, optimal economic circumstances for a new pipeline, and that may not be the case.
So, for instance, the Kinder Morgan pipeline is slated to be up to 2.2 billion cubic feet a day, which is way over any estimates of need. I don't think they're going to build half the size if that's all that's determined to be needed, or a quarter of the size.
Well, they'll
so
build
what
it.
happens
Well,
at that point?
let me ask you during.
Hold on. Yeah, let her finish.
Yeah. But at what point? I'm just agreeing that this is a totally random number by assuming. That's the problem with assuming incremental ability to build incrementally just to what they determine is needed, regardless of whether we agree whether or not it's needed.
I'll tell you what a public utility commissioner told me one time. If you're going to build a 12-inch pipeline, you might as well build a 36-inch pipeline, because eventually you're going to need it. That's how they view it.
what guarantees do we have that it won't be used for exporting gas to Europe or other places?
None. And they just
But is that
So why is the public being asked to subsidize foreign exports for private corporations?
We're underwriting it even more.
We've been asking that all year.
The public only takes the riskiest part of that.
I just understand that they're socializing the cost and they're privatizing the benefit.
Potentially.
like the banks.
I didn't say that.
So one of the things that
These are all good arguments when the time comes to push back on the pipeline, but right
There's
now,
other people that want to talk.
Yeah.
Do we have other people raise their hands?
So I just want to say one thing, and then Ariel, I'll jump to you. The thing that jumped out, I know it jumped out at a lot of people, is that in none of those scenarios are we in compliance or even close to being in compliance with GWSA.
right.
And it leaves a lot, it puts a lot of pressure on trying to be compliant in all of the other sectors where we are not even close to making the strides that we've made in these two sectors. So,
And they're not counting a lot of
right.
They're not
Yeah,
counting lighting.
the methane.
Along those lines, the other issue, just what you're saying, is that the further we are from that requirement, the GWSA requirements, the larger the capital cost, infrastructure capital cost that we see down the road. So the further we go away, the more exponential those capital costs become over time. So none of that is factored into the cost analysis going on here. And that's really essential to be able to say that these are going to be our capital costs if we're this far variant from the requirements that we have for GWSA. That really needs to be said.
Ariel.
Okay. These are all really important, and I want to get back to them, especially about the GWSA stuff. But there's just a little context piece I want to spread out here in terms of what's wrapping around us. Just say it out loud once, and I'll try not to take too much time. We're having a wrangle and a tug-of-war and a massive report having to do with a certain amount of electric capacity that we want to try to fulfill in the future in the region. But the context for that, somebody just raised this, and that's why I'm answering it. Kinder Morgan particularly wants to build a 2.2 billion cubic feet capacity pipeline. That project, as a profitable project that they wanted to do, was born, created, designed, and developed through their business model without regard initially to anything going on in our region. This is historically the way the extractive industries always work. They decide what they want to do to expand their business and their profit. They figure out where they want to do it, and then wherever they want to do it, they find a need. They look for something, some trinket they can drop off that's going to look like it's helping the people in that area. And this goes all the way from what they tell people who are poor who have backyards in Pennsylvania and Ohio about how their golden goose has just come in and having some fracking wells is going to completely raise them up economically and pay back all their debts, all the way to they scoped out New England, they looked, they saw an opportunity to promote a need here. And they've had the complete cooperation of FERC and the ISO since the middle of 2012. But before that, both the FERC and ISO New England, in documents stretching back about 6 years, had very different strategies in mind that they were discussing to fill in the capacity that will be lost by the retirement of other generators. Just keep in mind, what we are wrangling and tangling about was never the purpose of the Kinder Morgan pipeline, at least. Never the purpose. Just a crackerjack prize that they want to drop on us to have an excuse to be here.
You got 30 minutes.
So, can anyone else identify a shortcoming in the
I
report?
think there are other people that would like to talk.
We have two other people who are going to comment.
I wanted to underline the idea of really concentrating on the caveats, because I think that is the heart of the matter.
Agreed.
And I think the major caveat is that climate change does not exist and is not a problem. Because if you look at this study, it's almost like that's really the case. We're not going to have any price on. I didn't hear them talk about a price on carbon, but that's a huge caveat. And
but there is a social cost of carbon available.
I understand. And then I think it's important for us to come up with a strategy for how to get this report out to the public, because DOER is going to have their release and the industry is going to be ready with their press releases, and for us to get the word out, to have contact with media and to say, this is a study that contradicts Massachusetts policy, let alone the fact that it contradicts all the costs of climate that we are going to be engendering if we keep on this track in terms of sea level rise and heat and so forth and so on.
Sorry, I talked too much.
Someone was after. No, okay, John.
Well, I have a concern about the levelized costing. And I think, for example, if you apply a discount rate to everything, nuclear power plants and all the decommissioning charges and the dealing with waste is going to cost nothing. So there are likely to be serious problems with the levelized costing, and there should at least be other methods of establishing what the costs are. I think that they artificially reduce the attractiveness of alternative energy, for example, by using levelized costing.
Go ahead and then Peter. Go ahead and then Peter.
Yeah, my name's Arnold. I'm just going to give you my take on this. I don't want to get into a discussion or problem solving. It's going to be summary. I think the study is biased. It's meant to get to an answer that they wanted, which is consistent with the public policy that frack gas is a clean gas. It's flawed in many different areas. I talked about two of the areas this morning. My concern is that it will be misunderstood by the politicians to okay the 4 pipelines that are being pushed into Massachusetts with a total cost of about $20 billion. That's my estimate. If you take the 3 from Connecticut and the 1 from New York, the benefit of the study, as I see it, is it provides a basis for planning. But I don't think we can expect that they will do the planning for us. I think we're going to have to do the planning ourselves. There's enough parameters there that we can overlay some reality and come up with a basis for planning, the rate at which we retire coal plants and oil plants, and the rate at which we need to invest in renewables to get to your point. My personal plan after today is I'm going to write my own report, my own conclusions based on what they have said, and I'm going to submit that to them. This is what I conclude from your report, and I am going to give it very wide circulation, from the governor and the governor-elect and Mass DOR. But I think Mass DOR has biased the plan. I don't think it's synapse.
Peter.
So I think the single biggest way we could probably question the outcome here of 0.6 to 1.1 BCFE is just to say that the recent shifts in energy markets make this report already obsolete. That they're not reflecting this deep drop in the price of oil that's bringing down that's LNG, and that makes it much more viable to use our existing resources. So it was a noble effort. No one saw this tanking of prices coming, but it's made the findings here obsolete. Trying to capture the point that you made, there are carbon prices in here, but they're not universally applied. So the cost of compliance with the Global Warming Solutions Act, this should go with the caveats, is not included here, and so it's leaving a big question mark as to how we achieve those targets, whether it's more expensive to basically take up our carbon budget in the electric sector, and then maybe have to do more outside. And then lastly, one smaller point, the transmission lines that they are modeling, in the prior discussion, they assumed that those would only be full 2/3 of the time, and that was because they were all hydro. Some of the lines that are out there are proposed to be a mix of wind and hydro, and that would lead those lines to be more full and would improve the economics.
Peter, I did ask about that in your absence, what they assumed would be on the transmission line, and the answer was whatever is currently on the lines in Quebec.
Okay, so it's limited to Quebec, so this doesn't even include the lines that go
Not the Atlantic.
to Maine and to...
Yeah.
And I think that's in the caveats, or at least in the earlier slide that she just went through.
Yeah, it wasn't in the caveats, but it was a caveat within the earlier slide.
Yeah.
Can I add a gloss on yours, Peter, taking your comments? And that's the other side of the coin, is that volatility of international fuel prices is a risk.
Correct.
And the only way you can resolve that risk is to invest in long-term capital expenditures amortized over a long term that doesn't depend upon a fuel that is volatile in price. And that's especially important here because we have basically a two-level gas market in Massachusetts. We have the LDCs who buy on a 20-year contract, their price is fixed, and we have the electric companies that go ahead and buy in the spot market. This is the short-term market. And what happens is, as we get a shortfall in gas because someone hasn't contracted for it or whatever, our price is volatile. There's no way in that double-level market to control the price of the electricity part of that. If you put a carbon tax on it, that will give it some pricing point. So we have to control, and the report doesn't really isolate the volatility of the electric gas price market and the lack of volatility of the LDCs. And I think the report ought to do that because then you focus on the problem that really is causing the price fluctuations and the high price of gas. That's what I think. But volatility is a risk, and it's the other side of the coin of what Peter's saying.
So maybe one more, and then we have about 25 minutes, so we should probably switch gears to...
I just want to follow on to what Ed was saying, because the price suppression effect of offshore wind isn't considered if offshore wind is not part of the mix that they're considering.
Correct.
That's a really good point.
They did.
Especially because wind...
Just to be clear, they looked at it, and it was below the line by, by a lot. Just
It was very in the red zone.
It's in the red zone.
Yeah, I realize.
So we can't say it's not there.
It's there, but it's not.
Did they consider the price suppression effect as part of
Right.
it? Or it's simply the cost of building out the wind?
And the point is this, wind blows, especially at 6 o'clock at night.
Just look at the chart before you write a statement. And just with all due respect, I love offshore wind. It needs to be part of the mix, but it was out of the money.
It was out of the money, but we're trying to alleviate problems with peaking during the hours of 6 to 8. The wind is blowing offshore constantly during that time.
And that was factored in, and it came out of the money. I think that part is pretty unassailable. I don't think that was a deficiency.
Well, I will argue that that is a false calculation using a metric that doesn't really work.
That sounds good.
I'm curious about that. 3 offshore wind farms as we speak. There's Cape Wind, there's Block Island, and then there's Deepwater One off the coast of Rhode Island. If it was impractical or uneconomical, why would these resources invest that kind of money or build these wind farms?
So
what's your
Something's amiss here.
I'm going to get us a little bit back on track because we have 25 minutes until we have to regroup. So, no, don't put me on here. So can we please shift gears a little bit to how we want to use this report and what message we want to...
Let Dorian, because she's been trying.
Oh, sorry, Dorian.
I mean, I was going to just do kind of a summary of just trying to keep track of some things, but if you feel I need to move on, that's totally
go.
I'd like to hear what Dorian has to say. I like the way she thinks. Go ahead.
You just said that because you knew I was going to agree with you. Yeah, because to me, a lot of these caveats are enough to, I don't know, these are some really, really deep biases. Yeah, I absolutely think they invalidate the whole thing. I think they throw the whole thing out, right? They are absolutely coming up with the conclusion that they want to, and I think if we are really, in terms of next steps, if we're really specific on the ways that they are biased and how they are indicative of the way that our entire system is biased, right, there are, very real cost reasons why, offshore wind is not in the water yet, but that's also, there are a lot of economic designs that are keeping it that way, and that they're being perpetuated in the assumptions of this study. So if we name them as problematic biased assumptions, and that the state and the fossil fuel industry is going to just keep making that same mistake over and over again. So the ones that I listed to your point earlier, are so things that I've heard are the study only covers Massachusetts. It doesn't look elsewhere. It doesn't take into consideration the LNG import facilities on the coast. It doesn't acknowledge who's paying for it, whether or not it's the public or the corporations. It's saying that it's the same to the state. It doesn't matter who's paying for it. It's not saying what's affecting the difference in natural gas prices, so it's not taking into consideration gas exports or oil prices or general volatility. It's also not talking about why they did, and this is a personal one in terms of how they decided what that economic threshold is, and like why we're putting that price on where it is. Not taking into consideration life cycle methane analysis, not taking into consideration enough energy efficiency, not talking about the full utilization of these pipes, not talking about the significance of the non-compliance with the Global Warming Solutions Act, and doesn't take into consideration large-scale renewables generally. So those are just like some lists that I came up with. But yeah, I think
So we need to do,
And so the next step.
let's take the next 20 minutes off.
Next steps, there it is. We add our own caveat sheet within this. If this is a real true stakeholder process, we can add our own caveat sheet.
I like what you initially suggested, though, put all their caveats right up at the front of the study.
You're right.
I'm not going to say they're going to do it, but...
Hey, we're the stakeholders. We can at least make it a stakeholder process.
So in addition to highlighting their caveats, it would be really great if we could say for each caveat, and that means that they've underestimated the cost of X. Or
Correct.
in other words, that means you have to say, you have to really explain. Frame it, yeah.
Frame it and support it.
Good.
And we'd like a minority report.
Yeah.
This report with the caveats explained could be a very valuable resource for us because the caveats will be the weight that'll drag it down, and it'll be used basically as a data sheet, which is I think what it's intended to be. But use the caveats to go ahead and do this.
Yeah, and I think
Does that
it's
make
really
sense from a policy standpoint?
that if they're not even putting a study that says about how bad the leaks are and all that, and we're about to do a new one where we don't know the cost or how much we're losing through leaks. Does that make any sense to anybody? But she did say, I asked her about the megawatts, because I need to know if it's in fact the most we are is 4 hours a day, 10 days a year. How many megawatts is that equal? Because I would assume it's not that much, and we should be able to put online through from sustainable sources, and even if we have to hold it, we can, at the kind of prices, if it's at $3 billion, what I understand what that pipeline is, that's certainly at $6 billion. It'll be the best, it'll be the cheapest storage known to mankind. So I just don't think that anyone's comparing apples to apples, or we have the right numbers. So how do you
This fellow, yeah.
The risk of sort of being the, sounding a discordant note, I think that one thing we should be aware of, or at least I think some of us should be aware of, because we can have a spectrum of positions here, is that there is some value in highlighting scenario 8 shows that we can help to meet our climate change goals in the near term with a scenario that has a whole lot less or no gas. I kind of worry that if we delegitimize the report entirely, or all of us do, that we sort of imbalance this. This is sort of a ballast or some way for us to have a leverage point. And so I don't, I know that the numbers I think are varied, but I think if we can establish that the need is much lower than a scenario of multiple pipelines.
I just want to see scenario 9 and 10.
That's what I was saying. 8 is a good starting point.
Larry?
Yeah, this will be difficult to do in a fast time frame, but to pick up on Josh's point, scenario 8 was the closest to complying with the Global Warming Solutions Act. It had the smallest natural gas deficit, if you will. And that is something our remarks should focus on, which is that if they had repaired some of the deficiencies that we're listing, they probably could get to something that would be within the law, and that would, in a short term, would probably get us through the period that we're most concerned about as we build a more sustainable future.
I think
Hold on, I have
that fellow over there made a great suggestion. I wish you would bring that forward.
Seconded. Second.
I second it. He said we should have a minority report. That's a lot better than any one of us, such as me, writing my report. If we can somehow get together and write a minority report and, demand in the next 10 minutes that be issued along with their report, that's powerful.
They should be in the same
That
report, though.
it can be
Yes.
powerful and
Yes.
it's a good idea, but we have to focus on 2 p.m. on Monday. So I lost my staff, but we haven't heard from you.
Quick question. Should we make sure that the electric guys go first? So we know what they're saying.
Yeah, sure.
Let's defer the kickoff.
Defer the kickoff, exactly.
Wait,
I'm actually gonna. All right, Ariel quickly, then Heather, then who was after? All right, then you
Josh,
got there.
there's not time to hash this out as a group right now, but I just have to personally state, I can't be part of a report that recommends the additional hydropower from Quebec for a long list of reasons. Also, I think it's bad strategy at this point to say we have anything good to say about any specific scenario in their report, at this point at least. So, that's it.
All right, Heather.
About scenario 8, I do still think it's a deficiency of the report that it equates essentially Canadian hydro with zero carbon emissions. I'm not saying that it would change the result dramatically, but even Synapse themselves in a biomass report a couple years ago clearly stated that there's a real risk in terms of policy decisions made when you take a generation source and call it carbon neutral, when it's really not, when there is inundation going on right now. And yes, after the initial inundation, carbon emissions go down, but it is a deficiency that skews it a little bit that I think should be called out.
Well, just to clarify, a clarification, they did not call it hydropower, they call it Canadian transmission. So they are not falling into that trap.
Yes.
Right, yep. Oh, you were flipping a coin. Okay.
Actually, I believe it's scenario 5 we want to focus on, because that's the one that's closest to the baseline. You actually can't see it on the chart, and has no Canadian transmission at all. There's low demand and reference engine price.
Yes.
In terms of deficiencies, we look at scenario 5 and scenario 8, both of them come pretty close to meeting demand, except when you get to 2020 and 2021. And that's where you see this large spike where we don't meet demand. It takes about 3 years to develop a LNG tank, which would get us well within range of the 2020-2021 date. Nothing else will do that, not even a pipeline at this point. So there is a methodology for getting to that point. If you also included importing of natural gas, you also get there that way. And over and above the Gloucester location, I believe there's another import plant in Everett. But
There's plenty of
It's up and running.
it's underutilized. Underutilized. Okay.
But I
So
think
you have
it's an
another
economic
another import facility that you potentially work.
Perfectly good, ready to
That
go.
one's in the model.
Okay.
It's fully used.
Oh, it's fully utilized, Kumar?
Well, the capacity is low, but it's utilized.
So Dorian and then Burl, and then we can maybe quickly summarize and figure out who will report out. Dorian?
Yeah, I guess I was just kind of like a suggestion or proposal, so, since it seems like there is like a little bit of diversity of opinion in the room, which like does not have to be a bad thing at all, but can really be utilized if we do it, in kind of an intentional way of holding that full diversity. So I guess my sort of question to the group is, what are ways that we can do that in terms of if a group wants to get together after this and form a group who wants to write some kind of minority report or what have you, or if folks who want to support number 8 or number 5 want to, it's sort of a question.
15 minutes.
Yeah,
Can I just ask, is 15 minutes enough for you guys to get some comments back and questions?
Yeah, that's fine. Right, 15 minutes, we can do it.
I'll check in, and you got a spokesperson?
We were just getting to that point.
Okay.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, so what if originally there was some thought that there are probably some shared deficiencies, things that we agree on that we should all highlight in whatever comments we do submit, but I do think there's value in submitting individual or separate comments so that there's a perspective that's offered there. That's my opinion anyway.
So I believe we have a relatively short-term, very intense political problem. which is that many of us have been trying to get the word through to the new administration. Don't do anything on pipelines until you look at the low demand scenario report. You know, that's going to have a lot of important information in it. And now we are.
No, but you can spin it
still
because
does
it's
have a
little.
lot of
Let me
important
finish.
information.
Let me finish. So therefore, a goal of mine personally is to find something in this report that I can use that says, see, we really don't need a pipeline. And the closest I come to that is, for me, is scenario 8. And the only real problem is for 2 years, 20 and 21. So then we argue about the caveats, and that especially the lack of sufficient energy efficiency, and the thing that Peter said about the 80-20, and that you know, we have to make it so that this report does not indicate the need for a pipeline.
But that's the purpose of the report.
Go ahead,
What's
Peter,
that?
what were you going
That's
to
the
say?
purpose of this report.
Look, you've got jumping off, if you just did that hypothetically, I went back and looked at the numbers, which some folks may have seen at the round table. I took these results, I took the lower pipeline utilization rate, which makes more resources here. That's why it looks different from what they put up there today. But drawing on those numbers, you know, offshore wind, political viability issues recognized, but we know it's part of the political discussion right now. Offshore wind gets you 132 million cubic feet of peak hour savings. The LNG facilities off the North Shore of Massachusetts, we need to pin down the numbers, but just talking to folks just now, they thought it was 400 to 800. So right there, even just those two, you're saying, look, this report provided interesting results. The caveats show that, you know, they didn't get this LNG. It also doesn't necessarily reflect the political reality that we know that there's a very powerful legislator who is pushing for a significant quantity of offshore wind. When you include those two pieces, there's your equivalent to the pipeline.
Put a number on each caveat and build it up. A summary is really what we're doing. Never mind but really give the bottom line why this is. Because we all know no one except really, really hardcore interested people like us can read the thing. So we need to say bottom line, what we're recommending and why, as a summary, and if we can get that included, we've hit a home run. We can have a minority summary.
That's not gonna happen. Just be realistic. Like, that's not gonna happen. It's a nice idea, and we could do it outside, but it's not gonna go.
But I do think, in the interest of time, because it's now 2:20, we need.
You ask for it, you demand it. They can always say no.
Well, let's focus on what happens in 10 minutes, which is we have to report back. So, Dorian, you did a really great job of sort of summarizing some of the high points. Can you restate them, and maybe we can pull out, you know, our top 5 that we want to emphasize?
Or everybody put up their hand on each
Why
point.
pull any of?
I would, I can't, I think we have a good consensus on the flaws and on bringing the caveats up at the top in boldface, but further than that.
Can I just ask Dorian to restate what she said earlier, just so we can hear it again?
Get a show of hands if everybody agrees with each point.
So the deficiencies that I heard, and a couple that I tossed in, are so that the study only covers Massachusetts, not how other states play into effect.
Love that.
Just saying we agree.
Okay. LNG import facilities are not considered.
Not, just clarify, not all.
Not fully.
Not viable LNG.
Full
capacity of LNG facilities.
Under new price, under the new price.
Full capacity. Full potential capacity.
Full potential, yeah.
To offset the need for this, I think we have to really keep on bringing it home what the bottom line is.
Doesn't differentiate who's paying for it, whether or not it's the public or the businesses.
Who's taking the risk?
Yeah, who's taking the risk or who's paying for it, that it looks the same to the state. I don't know this raise their hands.
Yeah, I just was.
Keep going.
Just keep going.
I thought they were
Keep
all
going.
good. You know what? They're all good. Let's
Keep
just
going.
review
Unless someone can say why it's not valid,
Well, I
keep
think,
going.
I think
think
we end
that's
up
out of
paying
the
for
scope of the report.
everything, that's why.
Just keep going.
Okay. not fully taking into consideration what affects gas prices in terms of didn't include exporting gas, didn't include the fluctuations in oil costs or just volatility in general.
Or price suppression effect of offshore wind.
Also accepts the standing EIA view of the price of fracked gas when there's a lot of alternative analysis emerging about those prices being vastly underestimated.
Yeah, that's a really big one.
Okay.
And the cost of future regulations on fracked gas.
I think we have to look at the caveats as a disclosure issue. This is the disclosure of the risks of this report.
Okay, so then also, like, how did the economic threshold get decided, and how does that reflect what we want our energy system to look like?
And how it affects global warming,
Yeah,
greenhouse
right.
gas emissions.
Yeah, so, and then what is the significance of that none of these comply with the GWSA? That there's no life cycle analysis of methane or full cost of leaks. Does not give enough weight to further capacity to be done on energy efficiency, or whether or not there will be full utilization of the pipes. And then the last one doesn't fully consider large-scale renewables like offshore wind.
Can I just suggest one caveat to GWSA point?
Yeah.
It's that all the scenarios are out of compliance, with more pipelines making more out of compliance.
Big point.
And therefore requires potentially more expensive reductions from other sectors.
I also want to, I think we need to emphasize the point that you made earlier. I'm not sure how to express it, but that the whole thing rests on what price they pick for that is economically feasible.
He said they've assumed optimal economic circumstances for a pipeline, but that may not be the case.
That's right, and that is the number one thing that could change the whole picture. Because if that line moves down into the red zone, a lot of things change.
Well, it's like they
So Peter, you should, I think you should
make that
Peter,
point.
I think Peter should be the one to make that
I
point.
think it's a summary. I think you should make as many of these points as you can remember, which is probably most of them. Then you should bring it to the summary.
And I think you should make the point about climate change is not even in the picture, because you said it very well. So we have
Somebody
to-
doing a stack or not?
So
Should I just call out
Gina?
two?
I just want to add one thing to what you said.
I was speaking first.
Oh, I thought I just got pointed to and given the floor. I apologize.
All right. No, I think the bottom line is they've created a false economy, or they've created a cost structure that doesn't exist in the real world. I mean, it's the cost of buying infrastructure, but it's not the cost decisions that individuals, corporations, it's not the cost structure that they look at. And so it becomes almost, okay, we've cataloged how much things cost of you to buy them off the shelf, but not who's really going to buy them. And I feel like there are a lot of people making uneconomic decisions from their above and below the line decision based on what it makes economic sense to them, but not economic sense in this cost structure they created, which is fantasy.
I nominate you to present that point.
I'm sorry?
I nominate you to present that point. Doreen, if I could, on your point on energy efficiency, could you also add demand management and public awareness of peaking?
Time of use rates, smart meters, and the cost of carbon, which is under consideration in the legislation in Massachusetts currently, will affect the cost of
They did say they considered time of use rates, because it's a BPU thing that's done. They did, I think they did say that.
Did anybody else hear that?
It's just based on the RGGI standards.
What?
I did hear time use rates.
You heard time in smart meters and grid mod.
Not grid mod. Well, grid mod has turned out to be just smart meters here.
I thought there was a slide that said it wasn't.
And cost of carbon.
Peter, do you remember? Was it? I thought they said it was in.
I thought time use rates were in, which are probably the most relevant for this exercise.
How about if Dorian reads off the list that nominate, that has Peter, Aaron, and Kathy speak to those individual points? How's that sound?
Well, the only other one I want to add is I left off the list, that this is based on a winter peak hour demand, and that when I asked them how likely that was, they said they just didn't know, that it was based off of a worst case scenario, but we're dealing with worst case climate change. Very different.
Yeah, and the information I gave you comes from the suppliers of the peak demand, LPG.
We want them
So
to
we talked to them, and they gave us that data. It's not something we pulled out of the air.
We want them to disaggregate on the peak area the gas prices versus the gas electric prices to show, highlight where the volatility is.
People are still in
So,
Say it again?
We have the two-level market. We have the LEC thermal market for gas, and we have the electrical market short-term. I'd like to find out on the volatility what the electrical volatility is during the peak demand, because that is what drives the size of the pipeline we need and the demand we need. So to control, focus on the volatility of electricity and think of ways to control that volatility.
Are you reporting that? Is what they did, because they said that that one slide was electric for you gas.
So Peter will report out.
Only the back is electric.
Email that?
If it's feasible and practical.
If it's feasible and practical.
This was down in the Marcellus, where they're not short of pipeline capacity. They had the same problem that we did here. There's no correlation between peak and pipeline capacity. It's all
Are we going to have
manufactured
Dorian present the
to
laundry
get to
list
the
and
answer they
then
want.
Peter, Carolyn, and Kathy make certain points? Is that a good proposal? Any other proposals for reporting?
So you're gonna do the list of caveats, and Peter is gonna do the pricing issue. Is that how we decided?
That's my, I'm proposing.
That sounds good to me.
Peter, Carolyn, and Kathy repeat the points they made here after Dorian does a laundry list, that you just say and.
Does that feel comfortable with people?
Yes.
Does everybody agree? The four people that have to speak, are they okay?
Agreed.
Okay, the rest of us, I think
But I
we're
do
fine
like
with
the
it.
idea of
None of us want, the rest of us don't want to speak.
making a very sincere demand/request that the minority would like to include in the report a summary analysis of an opposing side or an alternate side.
Alternate.
Yeah, that's how they like that. And I don't think they can say no.
We can do a Google Doc between now and Monday, can't we?
They asked us to participate, so we want a summary from the participants, whatever the article was that they asked us for.
We can submit that no matter what.
We'll demand it. They don't have to agree.
Oh,
We'll
yeah, they have
demand
to,
it.
yeah, they should.
But if it's
Okay.
included, but the beauty is if it's a summary and it's nice and short and to the point, hopefully somebody will read it. Maybe even someone close to the governor. That's why I think it's really important to include that.
We-
Do this summary.
You guys need a few more
We
minutes?
can write a 1 to 3 page report using a Google Doc, and before we leave, those of us who want to be involved in it,
That's a good
just
idea.
come together and do it.
I'll bet you know all about that stuff.
We also decided that
Oh yeah, she knows how to do Google Doc.
Of course she does.
I know that we listed a really good long list of recommendations, but I just think it might be compelling to pull like top five.
I agree with you.
And one person needs to just speak to what those top 5 are.
Yep, I think it's Peter.
And Peter, you need to do it.
Top 5.
Yeah, you need to do it. Nothing against you, but he
That's what you get for winning the suit.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that Dorian did a fantastic job of capturing them. Peter, you probably have most of them here, but just big picture, it's limited to Massachusetts. It's not, none of the scenarios are compliant with GWSA. We're not factoring into the equation all of the potential other solutions, from efficiency to LNG to whatever. There's a whole host of ones.
I disagree with the approach of limiting it to 5. If you've got 8 good ones, use them.
But they're politicians, they can be different.
That's right.
So bold 5 and include the other ones in the bottom.
Yeah, well, we can submit a full list when we submit comments.
Okay.
We're not racing here. It's not like
Yeah.
But we do have 2 minutes.
facilities price option. But the recommend, and then of course, I think it's really important to mention the recommendation that was made that we want the caveats to be listed up front, really clear, in red.
And would someone re-emphasize the part that we wanted in megawatts?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. And I'm going to ask for all the detailed data. So those of us who can go through.
That could be in the spreadsheets they're putting out tomorrow, so we have
Oh, they
a
are
whole
putting
weekend.
them
We have a whole weekend to spend on this.
You need to know what
You know, I was going to
Go
buy
ahead,
gifts for my
Peter,
kids, but I
let's-
think I'll just buy a future
Peter,
for
why
them
don't you
instead.
go through what?
Okay. I have
That's what it's come down to.
outdated assumptions, limited to mass.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure there weren't any changes. Like, nope. Say, okay.
Okay, can everybody come on back, settle in? We need to get you back so you can start writing your comments. So we're going to hear first from this corner, which were the gas electricity corner, because that's what both sides agreed to. Okay, go ahead. Remind everybody who you are.
Hi, Jennifer Nelson from Sussex Economic Advisors. We had 3 comments and a small question. The 3 comments were a useful analysis might be, it seems like there's no testing of contingency of losing a major generator combined with the peak event or the design cold day. And so a useful analysis for that to sort of address the reliability issue. The second comment is that it doesn't seem that the LCD demand scenario includes the LDC's increasing demand forecasts and their expectation of conversions out into the future. More information is needed around the NPV cost estimates, including what the costs are per year that goes into the NPV calculations. It seems like it's heavily driven by the gas price scenarios, which policymakers cannot control. So the question is, what is the real message to policymakers, given that the scenarios and the NPV costs for each of the scenarios seems heavily driven by the gas price. And then the small question is regarding the economics of the commercial scale PV versus utility scale PV. I'm just wondering why there's a big disparity between the two. Thank you.
How are you guys doing here?
Is that it?
You want to respond now? Okay.
Yeah.
They're going to respond now.
Thank you. Thanks for those comments. Testing the contingency of losing a major generator at peak in order to address reliability. Of course, as you know, that's not something that we tested, and I'll have to leave it to Meg to discuss the whys or hows of doing that in the future. Should I keep going, or do you want to hit that one first? Okay. LDC demand, capturing the increase to that demand projected by the LDCs themselves into the future. Yes, we are capturing that in terms of what the filed reporting is. It shows for about, it varies by the LDC, but it's about 5 years out. We're capturing that in order to model our way to 2020. And then after that, we're using... They can unmute themselves. After that, we're using one single growth rate for all LDCs, but before that, it's LDC specific, and it's using the projections that we were provided with. For the NPV cost estimates, it looks like DOER will be releasing our spreadsheets tomorrow afternoon. And you'll be able to see more detail in that as to where those calculations are made and all of the financial assumptions that are going into that and so forth. That the natural gas sensitivity is out of the control of policymakers, so what is the message here for policymakers? What can policymakers take from this? Maybe I'll leave that to Meg as well. And then the commercial scale versus PV versus utility scale PV. I don't know, Pat, if you have this at your fingertips. I know that the assumptions are different. There are assumptions regarding capacity factors that are different. Remember?
I don't have any additional information just off the top of my head, but I can take a look at the report and get back to you.
And also those spreadsheets will be released tomorrow afternoon as well. But we can also help. I mean, that's a question with an answer that we can give to you. We just don't have it at our fingertips.
Regarding the no testing of an outage or something like that with a peak cool day, do we note that as a caveat? I thought we had that in there as a caveat. So I do believe it is something that wasn't done, and we have a similar caveat if it isn't that one, but we'll make sure that we note that as well. And the other one was about the net present value cost estimates, and I know Liz talked about how we're going to get the spreadsheets posted tomorrow, and we will send an e-blast out about that, but what was the other aspect of that?
What do policymakers take away from the whole analysis?
What are the policymakers take away? I mean, once again, it's just, all information to feed into, the conversation about where we go from here. So, I don't think there's anything particular on this, but it's another piece of, the part of the information that will be used.
Peter. At all.
Peter Shattuck, Acadia Center again. So, maybe it'll come on in a moment. Nope, got it. Sorry, it was off. All right, there we go. Peter Shattuck, Acadia Center. So first of all, this was an interesting exercise, and we think a useful start in terms of stacking up resources, but like others, we focused on some of the caveats and think that it's important to have those prominently emphasized, which seems like they are in the presentation, but particularly in the report. So the biggest one is probably, just move around a little bit, of course this is just limited to Massachusetts, so you're looking at what's really a regional problem, and there are different profiles in each state. We know that a number of the New England states are not coming up to Massachusetts' leading energy efficiency levels, for example. So even if you extrapolated to the state as a whole, there would be an increase in demand, but there might be a much greater increase in cost-effective alternatives. So really this is a first step, and now the region needs to do the same thing for all 6 states. Also, I don't think anyone saw the oil price plummet coming along, and so unfortunately, though this is an interesting exercise, we had some concerns that it really makes a lot of the findings already obsolete, given the drop in LNG prices in particular that are indexed to oil on the global markets, and the lack of inclusion of a number of LNG import facilities and their capacity to meet the need on what really appear to be just a couple of years where demand is, according to the model, is significantly above supply. So the import facilities off the North Shore, Canaport, which could bring in through northern New England. Also important to note, of course, is you didn't hear that all of the scenarios are out of compliance with the Global Warming Solutions Act, and that implies a number of things. First of all, since the avoided cost of compliance with the Global Warming Solutions Act is not universally applied, that economic impact is not reflected, and furthermore, if that was in there. And then also the transmission, by limiting it to system power from Hydro-Quebec, that does not reflect a number of the proposals that are on the table to come down through Maine and get a mix of hydro and wind from other provinces in eastern Canada, which to my understanding would have a higher annual capacity factor, which would change the economics of those resources and provide more benefits on a year-round basis. So
with that, I'll wrap it up. Thanks.
Did you have any additional questions for the team?
Well, it gets just to reemphasize and confirm that these caveats will be prominently stated up front, and then any of the other issues that I addressed, if you want to take those on.
I didn't have any particular response to any of the statements that you made. Maybe Meg does, and maybe Meg could also say something about the caveats and how they might appear in the report.
Sure. So we do have, right now we have the caveats, in the draft report interspersed throughout the report. So where they apply, rather than putting them all at the end, originally we had talked about doing that, but then we felt that it was important to put them throughout, each chapter exactly where they apply so that they connect, and they're, labeled, caveats, to base case, caveats to, low demand case, that type of thing. But we'll, take that into consideration, the comment there. The issue about the scenarios being out of compliance with the GWSA, and, I think, we understand what you're saying about there's more pressure on the electric sector, getting the savings from the transportation sector. I mean, the Clean Energy and Climate Plan shows transportation pretty much business as usual, not being able to get the savings there. But, things that are not included in this study that could be helpful on that are being looked at right now are, the clean energy standard. That could be something that, could be helpful on that. And also, we'd hope to have it released by today, but it's going to be released tomorrow. There is the carbon tax study, that's coming out as well. So there are other things to be looking at there on the GWSA compliance.
So can I apologize? I was reminded by I missed one key point that we were missed. Sorry.
It has to do with the pipeline utilization rate, and just wanted to emphasize that this is truly an ideal scenario. This is the optimal economic circumstances, or as close as the option that was proposed before. You've narrowed it down to the one that is economically optimal. So I understand that from a modeling standpoint, because you can build as much and only as much as is needed. But in the real world, where much larger chunks are often considered or put forward, that could fundamentally change the economics of this and cause a lot more alternatives to be economically efficient.
Any additional responses, Meg or Liz? Okay. So,
We have a few other minor points that were going to be added by the folks in that corner.
so I think we don't want to open it up to everybody now adding
No,
the
it's just 3 people.
3 people?
Yeah, that was part of our plan to have.
Oh, okay.
Is that not right? Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So there's a tag team
Yes.
presentation.
Yes.
So these are going to be questions or additional?
Additional points.
Oh, additional points, okay.
Does anybody want to go before me?
Sorry.
I think perhaps the most troubling part of this analysis was that it was done as if climate change is not the most pressing issue facing humanity today. And if it is not technically and, what's the other word, practically feasible to ensure the well-being of my son's generation and the generations to follow, then something is remarkably rotten in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Was there a third person too?
Yeah, I mean, there was a tremendous amount of work in this, and thank you for that. But I think that it's sort of set up a false economy, if you will, of creating a cost structure that doesn't really exist in the real world. And I think that it probably well establishes, based on current state policy, what the cost of equipment is, what a cost of infrastructure if you went to buy a pipeline off the shelf. But people make decisions, whether it's based on global warming and climate change and the concerns about that, whether it's based on what's internally an economic decision for that entity. I mentioned, commercial real estate before, personal households. People make decisions based on totally other factors. And I know you consistently over the last maybe 3 months, there's been a number of studies that have been brought out where people are willing to pay 10, 20% more for renewable energy. So I think that, to reduce this discussion, and I understand that's what you were asked to do, but to reduce the discussion to a simple cost of infrastructure based on existing policy is not adequate.
Any further responses? Okay. So let's just remind you about the next steps. Everything is posted on the website tomorrow. At some point, the spreadsheets will be there that have more detailed information. And then your comments are due. Sorry, I'm getting tangled up here. Comments are due on Monday by 2, so that they can take a quick look through them as they're finalizing the report. Hopefully, we've got some of the main things back this afternoon. We'll compile all the comments, and those would be posted, the ones that are get in by 2. If you don't get them in by 2, you're still welcome to submit them. We probably then post them all in some batch after New Year's at that point. We'll also have a meeting summary from today with the questions and answers, and also the comments that we just received today. The target date for the final report release is next Wednesday. As soon as that is released, we'll send out an email to folks once it's posted and released again. Tuesday? Tuesday. 23rd, Tuesday. So I think I would just like to make one other observation, which is that I hope that everybody here learned something from this process and now maybe has some at least things to point to of what you would like different, more of, less of, so that we kind of have a language that we can talk it all in a more intelligent way about what we want and how it should be done and what the trade-offs are. And obviously, Synapse or somebody else could take this and could model things differently going forward, complying with GWSA, not having a pipeline, the lowest cost solution. There are other things that could be done. This was sort of a first shot at laying out a lot of things that will, I'm sure, filter into the conversation both in Massachusetts and also regionally throughout. So I just wanted to impart that to you and hope that whether you agree or disagree with how things ended up there, that it's take it as the an important stepping stone and not an end place.
Can I just ask a question? Every report, if you can put megawatt hours someplace so we can do the math, it'd be really nice.
The suggestion was put some megawatt hours in the report and not just gas. Yeah. So anything final before we let everybody go? So this is not a chance again to make comments, so this would be more procedural issues. Yeah?
Thank you, Jonathan, for putting it together.
Yes.
You don't even put it together, but thank you for having me. Yeah. Can let me just get a mic back to you.
Talked about whether DOER, some of us in the stakeholder meeting talked about whether DOER would consider having a short report by the minority as part of your report. I recognize that you plan to post comments on the website, but we're wondering whether you would consider a short 2-3 page report as an integral part of your report as a minority report, because while a lot of the points here were summarized very nicely, there were many others that were not for sake of emphasis on the important points, but not to put less importance on the other ones.
Can take it back and consider it that even if it's not a part of the actual report, would still encourage you to put that together you know, and we would still post it as public comments at a minimum. But I understand what you're saying. You're talking about making it like an appendix or a part of the actual report. Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, because it will get a certain distribution that the posting may or may not get.
We will take that back for consideration.
So, and also, nobody is stopped from doing joint comments, right? You can all get organized and do joint comments. The more joint they are, probably the more prominence they'll generally have when people pick these up to read them. So there is no majority-minority report. This is the modeling results at this point. There was one other. Did you have something? No. Pearl?
A question I probably should have asked earlier. So the huge difference between what you're saying this week and the last time we met was the difference in the 20% versus 80% capacity decision. And at 20%, a lot more resources cleared, and 80% that didn't, correct? And so the question is, how did you decide that 80% was the right number?
So when we showed these numbers at the last meeting, then we had a couple of example economic thresholds that we were showing, including the one that we're still showing here. And so they are meant to be, as I said, representative of possible thresholds. The choice of what threshold to use to make a decision about what would go into modeling was made by DOER.
So then I have to turn it over to thresholds.
I mean, you know, those were, I will, you know, let Farhad fill in, but I mean, those were, you know, recommendations that we had from Synapse, you know, from the previous meeting, and then, you know, we made a decision, but if you want to fill in.
Sure. Take the mic, because other people on the phone cannot hear.
Yeah, we looked at those numbers, and going from one to the other basically added very little additional resources to the picture. At least that's how we saw those. And the utilization factor also seemed to be more apropos, the 80% that we used, and that's what we settled on. We had to make one choice, and that's what we settled on.
Why is that more apropos?
It seemed more in line with the actual utilization.
Actual what? Or what?
Potential utilization of the pipeline.
Not going to be actual, it's potential.
Well, on the sizes that we were talking about here.
Okay, so with that, because now we're going back into the meat, we're not done with it, but let's leave you all to getting your comments done before the holiday break, and have a good holiday New Year, and enjoy the final report.
Thank you.